the first white buffalo was born in Janesville, Wisconsin. And the second white buffalo calf was born this past June in Yellowstone. And in the prophecy, it says that these white buffalo calves would stand upon the earth, and many white animals shall be born all over the world. Over 3,000 years ago, when the story of the white buffalo calf woman, we have our ceremonies and we have our teachings, sacred teachings that came with the sacred bundle. So our stories goes way back into the first creation. There was Ea and the rock, the stone. We call it Tronka. Tron is birth, Ka is ancient. The second spirit is Mani Wichoni, the water of life. When these two came together, it brought us Wawaka, the sacred energy. Then after that, we have the stories that by following the animal nation, and we have our stories when the white buffalo calf woman, when she brought the sacred pipe at a place called Matrotipula. And today they call it Devil's Tower. And I'd like to change it back to Matrotipula. Since then, in my time, I became a sacred bundle keeper at the age of 12 years old. It was 1966, I became the sacred bundle keeper. And my grandmother, in her deathbed, she said that someday, if the people don't straighten up, then I could be the last sacred bundle keeper. That has always been in my mind. Years later, in the early 70s, that's when I have a dream. I dreamt that about this black and white TV. In the early 70s, we didn't have no water, no electricity, and that's when we first got our electricity. Then in that dream, I saw this black and white TV that my father bought. And I was watching this black and white TV. The earth was turning slow. And somebody beside me went and touched the screen or pointed towards the screen, and the earth stopped and it opened up like a book. And there's people standing there in a circle, and a fire in the middle. Then it closed like a book, then it went clockwise again, and then this person touched another part of the world and opened up like a book, and people were standing there in a circle and fire in the middle. To me, it happened to like 7 times. And as a dream I had was young age. Then the white buffaloes were born in 1994. We knew that this time is coming closer. 1996 was the first World Peace and Prayer Day in Matrotipula. So we made a journey from Canada through Montana to Wyoming to do this ceremony. But in our prophecy, it says that we are at the crossroads. That statement that we made in 1996, the first World Peace and Prayer Day, is that we are at the crossroads, either be faced with global disasters, tears from our relatives' eyes, sicknesses and viruses. We're going to see climate changes, earthquakes, volcanoes, big winds, or we can unite spiritually. And that's where we call out to the people about the white buffalo calf prophecy. The message is to unite all nations, all faiths, one prayer. And we're so grateful that all of us have heard the call. We sent the message and you heard the call. And now today we're doing this global message and good medicine to heal Mother Earth. So that's why we are here, and a lot of people heard the call, so we're all coming together to heal Mother Earth. Because on June 21st, we can create an energy shift one day. So that's what we are here as a World Peace and Prayer Day. And I would like to say thank you, Wppd, to each and every one of you.
Makakanocha utefika hechawa le chanupawa wakacha he ukahipi. Aha he shakoi hina wacheke ucheta ha hochuka hina ucheta ahipi. Hepta sawi he wati hina uchakeke naha.
Allied air forces began an attack on military targets in Iraq.
If the war goes to start, disasters in the region will take place.
The hurricane is located about 40 miles due east of Miami.
This is total devastation. Still dark outside when the earthquake struck. Destruction everywhere.
All of this is connected.
Heche pte hinchla wa sancha makakan heche ake kinajikte.
Among Native Americans, a sacred story has been passed down for generations about a holy woman who taught them to pray and promised them prophecy at the birth of a white buffalo.
Rare living symbol of unity and understanding.
Only 1 in 10 million buffalo are white.
An animal rich in the lore of Native Americans and sacred to many tribes.
It's a sign of change to the world.
My name is Chief Arvo Looking Horse, 19th generation keeper of the sacred pipe, Lakota, Dakota, Nakota, Sioux Nation.
Orville, as the 19th generation keeper of the sacred pipe, he is to us what the Pope is to the Catholic people. He is to us what the Dalai Lama is to the Tibetan people, what Muhammad is to the Muslim people. What his entire life is committed to is caring for the pipe, the intent of the pipe, and as the spiritual keeper of those sacred rites and ceremonies that were brought to us by the white buffalo calf woman.
Many nations have sacred objects. For us, the sacred pipe is the center of our nation, was a tool for us to pray with to the Great Spirit. When I was 12 years old, my grandmother on her deathbed, she said, my grandchild is going to be the keeper of the sacred pipe. But if the people don't straighten up, that you will be the last bundle keeper. As a young boy, I thought I knew a lot. I was going to high school and living with my father and my mother. They were both bronc riders. And my mother, she breaks horses. My father, he was a bareback rider, going to rodeos. And I want to be one of those guys. I want to sing at a powwow and rodeo like everybody else. So I did eventually join the rodeos in our community and our reservations. But I was scared of horses. So. I rode Great Plains, SDRA, South Dakota rodeos. It took me a while, but eventually I got into professional rodeo. And that was my goal, to ride with the top cowboys of the world. I was rodeoing like 36 to 38 rodeos a year. I just had a feeling that something was going to happen. I got on a horse, and when they opened that gate, that horse went straight up in the air and it took a flip backwards and came up top of me, and then both my knees, I can just still feel that. And that's all I remember. They took me to the hospital. The doctor said that, no, he's paralyzed neck on down. It was a matter of time. And I was helpless. No, I cried in my heart. I saw my relatives the next morning at daybreak. I knew they were standing there waiting for me. That phone rang and they held that phone to my ear. I knew that it was the spirit grandmother, the white buffalo calf woman. And she told me, well, you did this to yourself. You're supposed to be helping the people. The grandmother really chewed me out and said, we're going to give your life back. There's a hard time coming. And now you're going to stand with the people. You're going to walk. Within 4 days, I got my feelings back. It was so beautiful just to walk. And I told myself, I'm going to give thanks all the time from here on. They gave my life back to help the people. I don't care if it's a small group of people or thousands of people. I'm going to pray for world peace and global healing. I grew up in a very short time here, and now I am a world leader carrying the message of the white buffalo. The prophecy of mending the sacred hoop. Stand together. That sacred hoop of the nation was broken at Wounded Knee. We have a long history of war over protecting our territory. Sitting Bull, Crazy Horse. Everything started after Little Bighorn. We signed a treaty with the U.S. government over 100 years ago. It was broken at Wounded Knee, 1890. Bigfoot is my great-great-grandfather. We're survivors of Holocaust, massacres, in the name of progress. Put our people on concentration camps. It's called a reservation, but back then it was a concentration camp. The military came and took our children, 5, 6 years old. If you don't let go of your children, you shot your children right in your arms. So much abuse. We rode horseback from the 80s till 1990. We did a ceremony, and we prayed that there would be no more wounded knees throughout the world. But the way things are going and the things that we are doing right now, well, it's not that way. Mother Earth, she has a fever. Man has gone too far. Disrespect everything. Sacred sites been destroyed. Eagles are flying into trash pits. When I go outside our community into the world, this is a strange world that can't succeed. But right now at home, the Native American people, they're gathering to stand up to stop the pipeline. The elders talk about the black snake, where the black snake will be going on top of the earth, and that's when we'll be faced with global disaster. The Native American people believe that the black snake is the pipeline. We have come to a time and a place of great urgency. Even scientists are saying that we are at the point of no return. People are so spiritually disconnected. We need to reconnect with spirit. Mother Earth is the spirit. Mother Earth is a source of life, not a resource. We are at the crossroads, but there is hope. I have been campaigning to United Nations to declare June 21st as World Peace and Prayer Day, or honor Sacred Sites Day. Sacred sites all over the world must be protected. On June 21st, we're asking people all over the world to pray with us. We can create an energy shift, and that's what needs to happen to heal Mother Earth. 1994, the first white buffalo was born. It was like a needle in a haystack. A message to the world. We need to heal together, survive together, come together. There's no one person higher than the other. There's no one nation higher than the other. We are at the crossroads, either be faced with chaos, disasters, tears from our relatives' eyes, or we can unite spiritually. All nations, all faiths, one prayer.
Our next presenter is going to be Sarah James from Nits Gwich'in. She's here to share her prayer for the Arctic.
There's so much I want to say. I want to use my paper because there's so much I want to say. I came a long ways, and to give you a few messages from my elders, my ancestor, from my mother, from my grandma. World Peace and Prayer Day. Honor to be here in the land of Paul First Nation, Canada. My title is A Prayer for the Arctic. My name is Sarah James. I'm a Netsang Gwich'in Arctic Village. Now they changed the name to Arctic Village. We don't know where Arctic Village came from, but now it's always been Wppd. And now they changed the name to Wppd. Wppd means a creek with the high banks. They put Arctic Village where it is today, Wppd, where it is today, when we were forced to be colonized into village life. They chose Arctic Village because there was a caribou migratory route. And in that valley, you got a lot of lakes, got a lot of fish, whitefish, clear water fish. If we don't have anything else to eat, we would live on fish. And that was a tree line. Where I'm from, Arctic Village is semi-desert. Now, the tree line is way past the Brooks Range, almost to the coastline. And that's where I'm from, Arctic Village. Thank you for inviting me to World Peace Prayer Day. Today, we are here to request prayer for World Peace Prayer Day, for our love and for our community. I was directed to do that. Today is very hard for me to sit here and speak. But we all can pray for peace. English is my second language. My first language is Wppd, and I'm proud of it. I've been laughed at, point at, whatever. Sometimes I cannot say anything in my language in English or vice versa. But it's still good to have two languages. I was raised on the land maybe 50 miles from the nearest neighbors. Just my family. I'm the youngest one of my family. There was 9 of us. Everybody goes out every day. They sure burn daylight to make living out there. And I stay home with my mother. All the story and way of life was taught to me by my mother, my father, and my sister and brother mainly, and from my village and from my elders. So I'm stuck at home with my mom. Most of the time, there's a whole world out there, just me out there with no one to play with. I believe I grew up very well. I think that is good. We were not rich, we were not poor, but we were good. Our life ways give us blessing, wealth, for which we are grateful. My beads I got here, I got it from my tribe for being honored by University of Alaska Fairbanks as a doctorate, Sarah James. I only finished up to high school. My tribe honored me for that. Arctic Village is 110 miles, or 110 miles, northeast of Arctic Circle, interior. We're not near oceans, so we're not near igloo or, used to be Eskimo, but now Inuit, or polar bears. We're inland. There's 15 Wppd villages. Some are in the United States and some in Canada. We're united as Wppd. That's a language. When we say Wppd, that means peoples with an S. We're united in protecting the caribou. Since 1988, and before, we always protect the porcupine caribou. This herd is now increasing compared to all the other caribou herd. There's about 4 or 5 herd in Canada, and there's about 4 different herd in Alaska. And we're talking about porcupine caribou herd. It's now increasing compared to all the other herds, which is declining, some fast and declining. Caribou don't mix with other herd, and they stay within their herd. As I grew up off the land, we combine Western food and traditional food out there. We have to ration our food all the time, and we have to take care of the environment. So in return, it'll take care of us. My father is a trapper, but he's not out there to trap everything out. He just trapper based on needs. Now, I'm now 81 years old, and I don't know if I still can do it, but I can go into my country with just a knife and survive. My family do sheep hunting, and I grew up organized sheep hunters, so I go into sheep hunting It's very hard to go sheep hunting. You have to pack, climb, and bring back the meat back to the village, maybe 50 miles. So that's the kind of life I live. We always start protecting by praying for the caribou. Last 40 years, we've been having a position against the oil and gas development. Ever since I can remember, we always protected the caribou and prayed for the caribou. We have to learn how to pray and protect our way of life. After Trump, it was difficult for everyone now with him as president again. The threat of oil lease and development in the caribou birthplace, their calving ground, is even more difficult and more. Wppd people are committed to being united. That hasn't changed. We are still strong and still united, 15 village, not to compromise, and we do need help. And we do meet every 2 years. We do meet every 2 years. We do need prayers as we continue to do it in a good way. That's a direction that we got from our elders. When they came together in 1988, June 5 to 10, it was like a rebirth of the nation. We haven't been back together for about 150 years because they put a border between us, Canadian and U.S. border, Alaska border. It was like a rebirth of the nation. People came and laughed and cried and went to the graveyard to see if their relatives is resting, meeting their own auntie and grandma and all that. Big plane came in from Canada, a former person and Old Crow, Yukon, Canada. And it was just like, they laugh and talk and play, and they prayer and they dance. But the elders said, one elder got to gather together because that's what we do during the bow and arrow days. When there is something threatening the nation, they come together for 3 to 4 days, and they come out with the answer. And the answer always kept for 7 generations. I counted about 7th generation is like 250 years. So now we've been fighting this for over 40 years now. We've got a long ways to go. We believe that when something that we put down for 7th generation, we work at it for 7th generation. When on the 7th generation, we get it. That's what our people always say that. So I believe one day within the 7th generation, we are going to win. So every 2 years we meet as a Wppd gather to welcome our friends and supporters, to celebrate and educate. Last year it took place in Circle, Alaska. Circle, Alaska is the only village got a road to it. And there's 15 villages. Yukon alone, there's some along the Yukon and along Yukon, and the Wppd reaffirmed that same resolution they passed in 1988. That's the idea, to stay united. We need prayers for Gwich'in people, the caribou and their birthplace to be protected permanently. We did well for many years. It's not development yet, which is good, but we work toward permanent protection. Climate change is real in Alaska. We have to do our part to pray for climate change. And now the whole world, we have to do our part and pray for our parts. Arctic protection natural resource, it is a public interest land. Our National Wildlife Refuge, in Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. Some call it ANWR. That's too simple for us, so we just say the whole word Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. For sure, we call it Arctic Refuge. Any American citizen has the right to say no because it's public interest land. Friends, border conservationists, and individuals, they do a lot of work to protect the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. We need prayers for them and us side by side. To us, it's a human rights. To them, it is a preparation. And we need to protect Arctic refuge together. Our porcupine caribou are doing well, increasing. We still have to pray for them to be protected permanently. We have to contact our congressional people because this is a national issue. I would like to pray for our people, Gwich'in people, for our traditional way of life, our animals, our land, our water, air, and all the life out there, because Alaska is still wild. Yukon River is wild across the Alaska. When you look down from an airplane into Mississippi, just up to the shore, the rest of it is checkerboard. Yukon is still wild. Through Alaska, over 60 villages, Canadian villages, some Canadian villages like Old Crow, and there's about 3, 4, 5 villages on Canadian, and into Alaska, Yukon River, all the way to Bering Strait. Altogether, there's 60 villages been without salmon. Just recently, they had no king protests against Trump, and they said, our orange is king salmon. Our king is king salmon. That's all we know, they say. Their children don't go fish camp anymore for 10 years or so now. They drag their net across the Pacific up to Bering Strait. There's about 1,000 different countries out there have their own boat to get their fish. And now they're not getting their king salmon. They're not getting their salmon. And all those villages been praying, and they need a lot of praying. Kids are missing out on their way of life to go out to the camp and fish and hunt and duck hunting and all the other stuff they do every summer. So that's why I have my fish shell here. It's all controlled by government laws, different governments. They limit the use more and more. It's really hurting our salmon people along the Yukon. My father is from Birch Creek, and he's from Birch Creek Village. My grandpa from my father's side is Birch Creek James. And they got their own village, and it's along the Yukon. So my father's a salmon people. And my mother is from Arctic Village, Washington, that's Caribou people. So I'm Caribou and salmon people. That's who I am. All the way down to Bering Street, people who depend on salmon is their world. Salmon is their world. I want each and everybody to pray for salmon to come back, for people to get their fish and enjoy their traditional way of life. And we got, like you said, a lot of people talk about boarding school. Well, Arctic Village or Washington is, we have to colonize into a village, or else they'll kick us away from our parents. Even though my parents raised me out on the land, 13 years old, I still don't know English. They have to get me to the school, or else my parents would go to jail. And they have to follow what the white teacher, white principal, white marshal says to them, what the government says to them, or else they'll go to jail. And they don't throw them in misdemeanor. They go in there with criminals. So they have to follow what the government was telling them. So when we were out in the land, Arctic Village, Washington told us, come back, please come back to the village. We need more students to get funding. And they did their best for many, many years, but they never got funded. So now they say, we're gonna get funded to start a school, please come back to the village. That's why we went back to Arctic Village. And then when I went to school, I was 13 years old, and I was a second grade level and didn't know English. But I finished high school in 6 years, because I was there for 7 years at boarding school. Chemawa, Oregon, hello. Well, anyway, and today, to protect the earth, our way of life, to live healthy and to continue see the natural beauty Creator provided, we have to do our part, each and every one of us. It doesn't leave anybody behind. All of us, our children, our grandpa before us, parents, brothers, sister, our boss, our work, our pay, our friends. We have to do 4 R's, which are reduce, recycle, reuse, refuse. I refuse aluminum because aluminum could start a fire out there. Use less oil until we don't have to. Go solar, small hydro, wind. There's a lot of other sources of energy, more bicycle, more walks, to live in a healthy world, to be healthy. Our body is the earth. We have to do that part for earth. We have to do that for our body. Get away from drug and alcohol. We have to get away from other sorts of food that isn't good for us. We're going to hear lots about this before we leave, from many of us. There's a good food that keep you strong and healthy. Practice to be healthy. We can do it each and every day. As long as we made it our way of life, we'll save the earth. not leaving anybody behind. I'm 81 years old today, and people wants to know why I look, I don't look like 81. Well, I do to myself, but I don't feel like stopping. I'm working at 81. I got job. At 81, it's good to be me. It's good for the work I do. That's important. You have to do work and you have to pray for it to do good work. Prayer is the answer to every day, and prayer is possible. Prayer is good to do. So I pray that you pray and I continue to pray. Hi means thank you. Everybody say hi. Hi. Yeah. Yes, thank you. All my relations, Shalak Nai. I got a couple of songs I like to sing. I brought this scarf to tell me that what I talk about, what I learned is from my mom and my grandma and my family out in the land mostly, and my people. So this is how my mom wore it. I wore it. I wore it before, and my mom wore it, and grandma wore it. Play that. Okay. Thank you, grandma. Thank you, my mom. Thank you for all the mom. And I got some few information over there that I left on the table over there. And I don't have very much, but few over there. And this book is of the hot press. It's not only my book, there's other 8 of us, and I got a chapter in there. And it's just hot off the press, so I still don't know how we can get them, but it is out there. The song I'm going to sing is called All Our Traditional Song is a Prayer. And I'm going to sing 2 of them. I know Caribou song, but a lot of the guys back home know how to sing it because they lead it. And I know very little about it and how to sing it. All I know is that the song is saying, our Father told it to do that. Our Father told it to come. Our Father told it, they're coming. Our Father said they're coming. Our Father said they will be here. That's the way we sing the Caribou song. What we do is this is their life every day. They migrate every day. They go out uneven, all mixed up. And pretty soon, toward half a day, they would be in line of 6 or something, or 4 or 5, 4, 3, 2, and then to one, and they make a circle in a open meadow, lake, or river, and they come together and they eat, and they make noise, and then they go to sleep. So all our song ends with our drum, and we bow to the earth. And that's the end of our songs. And we gather together at the end of the song, everybody lay down for the night. And that is the end of the song. So when I end the song, I'm going to lay down on the ground. So I can sing very little of Caribou song. And then I'm going to sing 2 more. Sia, eh, ha, 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 yeah, dear, oh, ha, 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 Sia, yeah, dear, yeah, naya, and ya, ha. That was little caribou song. And caribou song came about maybe, it was a hard time, starvation time for our people. But in bow and arrow back in those days, we do go through starvation. We went through starvation. We survived starvation. And one of those starvation, people are looking for food to survive. And one guy got up and said, hey, I had a dream about caribou, that they came and they lined up and they came into one circle and made a circle and went to sleep. We should dance caribou dance. And they did follow his dream. And the caribou did came. And they survived. I think we need to go back to our ways. It's a bad time right now. We don't know. Nobody knows. I don't know. Nobody knows. So I just thought I'd tell that story. Next song I'm going to sing is Caribou Skin Hut Dance. Skin hut, that's what we live on, caribou skin hut. What's I named Vajé. I didn't see caribou dance earlier. You say what's I named what's I Chatsa. We say Chatsa, what's I Chatsa. What's I mean caribou. Say what's I. What's I. What's I. Yeah, that's caribou. What's I Chatsa mean dance, caribou dance. Okay, this one is welcome dance, caribou skin hut dance. What's I named Vajé Chatsa. What we do is we follow the sun and go, because the only way we come into our skin hut is our door always to the east. I don't know which way is the east. Okay, east. That's where the door always to the east, because they meet the sun in the morning. Oh, good morning, sun. Well, anyway, so we dance like that. And then we dance to the center, to the fire. Fire is very important to culture. Sun is very important. Those are sacred fires. Sun is sacred fires. We got sacred fires we survive with that help us survive. Even a car, I guess, today, burning oil, there's fire. So we honor that too. When we dance clockwise, and then we then we dance toward the fire, and then we dance one place. And then another we dance this way. And the woman dance gracefully and prancing. And the man is neither fighting or playing. So. Sometimes people call me hey ha hey. That's how it starts. Sometimes people see me and they call me hey ha hey. Hey ha hey. Hey ha hey. Hey ha hey ha hey. Hey 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 ya. Hey 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 hey. Like I say, we are in the trouble with the earth. So everybody would imitate. Raven will be fun. He goes, cat, 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 dongle, cook, 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 cake, cake, cake. However you know how to make raven song, you could do that. Okay. Raven song is to keep the earth clean. Creator put raven on this earth to keep the earth clean. So what do we do is that we have a child laying down on caribou skin or something like that, pretending that it's a caribou, and the hunter shot the caribou, and he butchered it up, and he to carry home to the village or to his home. He had to leave some of it because you can't carry the whole thing. So while he's butchering, then they come and eat on it. So we imitate raven as we go around the child and act like we're eating on it. And then making all kinds. That's what they do. They make a lot of noise and they fight over food and everything like that. And well, anyway, and that's what we imitate. And then the hunters come back for the rest of the meat. And he picked up all the meat and went back home. And whatever is left over, they fight over it. That's what they do. So that's to honor raven, to save the earth. And that's what God put raven on the earth to save the earth. I'm not that good. A lot of people back home said I can't sing, but I'm here, so I get to sing. And my drum is kind of very loose because it's raining and it's not tight enough. I'm going to leave this drum here up here because we're going to have a lot of speakers yet. I'm not the only one. So you guys are welcome to use my drum. If you want a drum, sing with the drum. I'm just too much talking like raven. We got a lot of raven story. And our story is to listen. People were the stupid one. Raven is a smart one. And that's how I used to get really mad at those stories when I get told those stories. How could those people be so dumb, I said. And I guess we are, because we're destroying the earth. That one time they finally caught him, the people. They finally caught him and they said, what are we going to do with him? You know, that's how stupid they are. And then he said, what are we going to do with? I know what you guys could do with me, he said. And he said, build a big fire and make a big swing from 2 trees and swing me hard as you can and push me into the fire. And they did. But he flew away again. Sometimes I can't remember songs. That's not my chore back home. Chatai chate giuli kalahi hey 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 ho 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 ha 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 hey 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 ho 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 ha ha kak kak kok 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 jungle hey 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 tai cha te yoli ka hey ho 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 he. A last minute here, I just got my friend Petra over here from LA. We ran from Alaska, Peace and Dignity. There's few big Peace and Dignity in here too. From Alaska to Panama, year 2004. I was 60 years old then, yeah. And that's how we became friends. And she lives in Los Angeles. And we love to travel together. And her husband likes to come along, but he got work to do. And then Columbus. We are the last one to be contacted by so-called Columbus, because the first visitor was a whaler up north. But ours is a French trapper from Hudson Bay. And so we're the last one. We were 100,000 healthy people when Columbus came. And now today there's only 8,000 of us. Even though we're the last one to be contacted, we lost a great deal because we live in a place where it's harsh and cold and very hard living. What we wear is all survival, that's all it is. So we don't have anything extra. We don't have jewelry. We have to survive. We can't carry extra weight. And the place we're talking about, sacred place where the life began. It's a sacred place we're trying to save as a sacred site or permanent protection. We need help with that. Means sacred place where the life began. A lot of birds, I see a lot of birds here. I hear a lot of birds. They come through here toward north to nest up there every year. There's a picture of birds over here that come in from every state, every country in the world to nest up there. So I'm going to welcome everybody to Washington for September 4 to 8. My tribe called an emergency gather for the caribou and for the Netzaiguachin and that Washington Arctic Village, September 4 to 8 this year. And they call emergency gather. We need help. Thank you very much. May God bless you. May God bless us all.
Thank you so much. That, again, was Sarah James from Netzaiguachin. Our next presenter, they come every year as our security team. They're called the Harmony Keepers. And they're here to... I'm here to present Lazario Aguero Gutierrez and Hector Perez Poncello, here to spread awareness of the genocide going on with the indigenous people of Peru and its connection with Palestine.
Supaiki Ariancho Koposkatli Hector Perez Pacheco, de Tawantisuyu. Great honor and privilege to share with you about our culture and our people. I'm here with my brother Lázaro Aguero. He's also a Quechua. And it's a great honor to speak about our people and our traditions as indigenous people. We come from what we call Tawantisuyu, which is our confederation tribes from Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, Chile, and Argentina. And within our four federations, we have a basis of our culture and our heritage. What you see here prior to the first slide is speaking about the snake, the puma, and the condor. The snake speaks about the past, the puma is the present, and the condor is the future. If we could show the first slide, please. And this is our ancient history, ancient culture, ancient traditions. This is the foundation of our principles and our values. This is what we refer to in our language as the bridge. Following slide. And within this bridge provides us an understanding and a commitment to Pachamama, to Mother Earth. An understanding and commitment to our culture and to our heritage. Within the sacred item that you see here is the way we are as indigenous people. Our philosophies, our ideas, our purpose, and that is working towards bringing unity among all our nations and peoples and communities. We've been this way since the beginning of time. Up and down the hemisphere, our ancestors would travel and would partake with each other like we're doing today. Within each teaching here speaks about, within the snake, speaks about the past, the present, and the future. So we remember the past, but we live in the present and we plan for the future. Within what we're committed to is that work. The work that we need to take care of Pachamama, Mother Earth, and the work that we need to take care for the next generations to come. So speaking about, moving to the next slide, is within our values. Within the upper left quadrant is love, trust, connection. On the lower left is acknowledgement, protection, and awareness. On the lower right, happiness, passion, expression. On the upper right, responsibility, productivity, and present. So the day that we are born, we're given these laws of the Chacana. And the laws Amakewa, Amayua, and Amasua. All Quechua people, we follow those laws. To not lie, but it's to be the opposite, to be a people of your word. It's to not steal, to be the opposite is to give of yourself. And the third is to not be lazy, but it's the opposite, is to be strategic. It's to work with using our energies and put forward. So as our commitment, next slide, is put forward, we see the obligation. We see the obligation to protect our lands from all destruction that is taking place. So millions of us came out in Peru to fight for justice, to fight for our Pachamama that was being challenged. But we see, because we follow our teachings of our ancestors, we understand the importance of us to protect our Mother Earth. And through that, we experience murder. But that doesn't stop us, because we have that commitment. It's within our blood. And so what are we doing now? Now, we continue to bring awareness and consciousness to everyone in the world that our sacred mountains of the Andes, our ocean, our jungles are in a place where they continue to be challenged. And we're looking for that unity among our people. We have what we refer to as the Condor Eagle prophecy. The condor is of the south, and the eagle is of the north. We're all nations that we're in now. And flying together in that unification of our culture and of our people.
My brother, my sisters, we know it's been more than 500 years, that more than 500 years that our people has been invaded. On the Americas, on North America, is more than 200 years, two centuries. Millions of our people have been killed. And up to today, they keep on doing that. They keep on doing that. And if we don't fight, if we are not united, and if we are not together, they are going to keep on doing that. In Peru, for the first time, there was an indigenous person chosen as president, was elected as president. What the power did, what the elite did, they overthrew the government. And there was a lot of protests since 2002. And a lot of brothers and sisters have been killed. There are ways that the government send the army to the churches, to the top of the church, and they start killing our people from the top of the churches with the snipers. Our government sent helicopters to shoot the indigenous people. But until now, no one on the government is on jail, no one is prosecuted. So our people is massacred. And everything is because the corporations, they want to go after, behind our natural resources. They've been doing that for many years, for centuries. But now, they don't care. They use the media, they use the system to keep on killing our people and to keep on stealing our natural resources. That doesn't happen only in Peru. This is happening everywhere. Right now, our brothers and sisters in Palestine are being killed because over there in Palestine, in Gaza, there is natural gas, and they want the natural resources from there. Who want that? The powerful people, the rich people. They want to take over everything, and they don't care if they have to kill millions of people. Up to today, more than 20,000 kids have been assassinated. And they are our brothers and sisters. And that doesn't stop there. They are keep on coming after us. If we don't get united, if we don't fight, they are going to keep on coming after us. And that's what's happening in the United States. I live in Los Angeles, and our people from Mexico, from Central America, Guatemala, South America, Peru, Bolivia, are being deported. ICE and the National Guard and the Army of the United States are arresting people just by our color. They don't ask if you have a legal paper, if you have a green card, if you are a U.S. citizen. No, they don't ask. They just see you walking on the streets, barely walking on the streets. And if you look like me, brown color, no, they go after you and they arrest you. They don't ask anything. And up to today, there are U.S. citizens. There are people with green card. People that are on the process to be residents, and they don't care. The government doesn't care, and they are arresting our people. That's pure racism, and we don't want that. We have to be united, and we have to speak up. If we don't speak up for the things that are happening over there in the United States, they are going to keep on destroying, they are going to keep on with the ethnic cleansing that they want to do it. And we have to be united, please. One of the keys that we have to move from here, after today, after the 4 days that we're going to have here of celebration, of prayers, is that we have to go with our mind of unity. Regardless of the differences that we may have, we must unite. If we don't unite as a people, as an indigenous people, they are going to keep on coming after us. Please, united besides the difference that we may have. And whenever you see an injustice against our people, any indigenous people around the world, maybe in the Americas, maybe in Palestine, maybe in Africa, we must speak up. if they hurt an indigenous people in Africa, they are hurting us. They are damaging us. And we must speak up. Please, let's be united. United, we can defeat the system. If we are not united, they are going to keep on damaging us, hurting us. They are going to keep on stealing our natural resources that belongs to all of us. Please, don't turn your eyes from Los Angeles. Don't turn your eyes from what's happening in the United States, what the racist Trump is doing against our people. Please, keep on praying, keep on uniting, and thank you, everybody.
Do we have any? Let's see. Is there any questions? Any questions for anybody? Go ahead.
Do you have anything organized or planned to bring people together to unite here in Alberta, Peru, America?
Well, global. Yeah, within our website, it's our organization is called Pueblos Quechuas y Aymaras de Estados Unidos, and it's called PICA. And you could go ahead and look at our website, and then we'll go ahead and state activities that we're having on a global vision, global awareness, to bring awareness of abuses that are taking place within Peru, but within other places as well, everywhere. And so, as my brother mentioned, the future's in our hands. Being that we're in the energy of the condor, and we're flying, we're closest to the sun. It's important for us to build this unification. And unification, it comes in many different forms. That your messages to the governments, your messages to us supporting you and we supporting Yudge, and building those communication trails. Our ancestors were communicating up and down the hemisphere. We have proof. We had our ancient routes, trade routes that we did up and down the hemisphere, from the ocean to one ocean. We need to reestablish those ancient trade routes. We should need to reestablish our communication network so we can support and help each other. And when there's injustice coming forward that is tackling Mother Earth, we must stand up and express our discontent, and at the same time working together to bring solutions to making Mother Earth a place that we could have for our next generations to come. So, Paiki.
Thank you so much, Hector. Our next speaker / performer is from Alaska. They come year after year. Their names are Linda and Buzz Daney. They're here to share a traditional dance.
No yahalgunga chuvakmungunga chupuloshu. Can you hear me? Kuyana. Kuyana Chivavni Nang Cheluda First Nations, Paul's First Nation, Arvel Palashu Kuyana Mavatak Chilunung, Windoya Halgunga, Chufarmingunga, Kisuna Minguloshu. I want to say thank you to the Paul's First Nations for allowing us to stand on your land, and for Paula and Arvel for Wppd to bring us here to your land. My name is Linda Ayagar Daney. My husband, Buzz Daney. I'm from the Kisunamu tribe, and my husband is the Choctaw, from Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma. We're going to do, the first the song I'm going to do was composed at the time when our culture was taken away by the missionaries and the fur traders. And in my culture, where I come from the Chupik tribe, we kept our songs alive when the missionaries told us that we were not allowed to sing our songs and dances. And Mr. William Tyson is one of the people that composed this song. because he said that no more, we need to bring our songs back. But in my culture, we went under and kept our songs and dances alive. That's why Yurak is very strong in my culture, and it's gone through our family. So this song is called Where Is My Drum? Where Is My Drum? I'm bringing it back. Chao ya kanawha, chao ya kanawha. So kuyana Yurak shiklunung. And then afterwards, my husband is going to say a few things. I'm going to start with Mungluni, which means I'm calling our ancestors and those that have gone before us to grace us with their presence.
Chaya kana kwa, chaya kana kwa, mupasu tamahe yukaka, iriri ahanga helua lumakui ginga wakalo ye. Chaya kana kwa, mupatu tamahe yukaka, iriri anga elua lumakui ginga wakalo ye. Chaya kana kwa, chaya kana kwa, mupatu tamahe yukaka, ilili anga elua lumakui ginga wakalo chaya kana kwa, mupatu tamahe yukaka, ilili anga elua lumakui ginga wakalo Yuyaka wani kwa pasuma nunae yuraka ilili anga elua lumakui ginga wakalo chao yaka na kwa mupatu tamae yuraka ilili anga Yuyaka wani kwa pasuma nunahe yuraka ilili anga elua lumakui ginga wakalo chao yaka na kwa mupatu tamahe yuraka ilili anga Yakoki. So we're going to share a little bit, if we have a little more time, or did you just want that song? Okay. Linda's going to share a little bit about the climate change and the people in the Yukon-Kuskokwim area. I was going to share a little bit about missing and murdered Indigenous women and some of the origins in Alaska that we began many, many years ago. Sahachifiyat Buzz Dani Chakta Chickasaw Yakima I'm an enrolled member of the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma, born and raised in Anchorage, Alaska. My mom and dad, Gil and Joyce Daney, from Choctaw Nation Reservation, as it's called now, in Oklahoma. And so, away from my people for a long time. Fortunately, Choctaws like to travel, either forced or voluntarily through free will. So with traditional healing, we began our journey a long, long time ago because it was something that the people were asking, in fact, demanding. And so I work at a nonprofit for the last almost 40 years and serving the people in the south central area of Alaska. I was fortunate and really blessed to have some incredible elders, Uncle Walter Austin, who traveled with us for World Peace and Prayer Day, Auntie Rita Pitka Blumenstein from Tununuk, who was so awesome and became, after she retired from our traditional healing department, to join the 13 Indigenous grandmothers as the 13th grandmother. That was her number. She always said 13 is not a number to be afraid of. It's a good thing. Brings blessing. And what she shared was that we're all healers because we can help heal ourselves through the universe, and that we can heal our families, our ancestors, and future generations through our actions. And in Alaska, traditional healers have worked in the villages since time immemorial. And it's been our first responders, so valuable. Now we have community health aides that work there, some of whom are traditional healers, and some that work, like my sister-in-law, with traditional healers. And these places of light are growing. In interior Alaska and Fairbanks, one of our former tribal doctors is building that back up again, and I'm very grateful. We were told when we started, stay true to traditional healing, not shamanism, not Reiki, not these other things, Alaska Native traditional healing, Native American traditional healing. And so we focused on that, to grow slowly, to be all things of our organization, not to build an island, and grow slowly, be very selective who we brought in to our department, because it's so important what we do resonates and vibrates throughout, much further than where we are. With regards to missing and murdered Indigenous women, we started a long time ago at the time when we found out that there were so many missing and murdered and sexually assaulted Alaska Native women. The statistics are huge. It's still almost 50% of those in the state that are Alaska Native American Indian that are harmed. And so in 1989, a dear friend, Cindy Pennington, working for Anchorage Police Department, was invited down by her captain to visit a crime scene picture display, and saw some of the horrible images that had been created by this harm. And so she talked to some people, and in that year, Anchorage Federation, Alaska Federation of Natives, which represents all Alaska Natives, the regions, villages, and tribes, and those that are a part of it and those that are outside of it, all come together and to talk and discuss and share what's going on. And when we presented our first Alaska Native Women's Sexual Assault Committee information, we had an immediate response. Everyone was much in favor. In fact, many were breaking down, just hearing that there is something that we're going to do about this. In 2001, after patrolling the streets with APD, we had FBI in our roster. We also worked with CDC, Centers for Disease Control. And in 2001, Senator Biden, at that time, awarded us the Department of Justice National Crimes Victim Service Award, the first organization to be awarded for sexual crimes. Coming to today, we have our younger generation taking on the load, and with Alaska Federation Natives working diligently, bringing people together, heartbeat of the drum, gatherings, marches, to bring attention and to make sure that we are doing everything we can to eliminate this. Traditional healing, where we work, the nonprofits, we're all together in this, and we're of one mind, one heart in this effort. I'll turn this over to Linda.
So I wanted to give you a little perspective of, Sarah James is from, we call up north. She's up north interior. And where I'm from, Alaska is a huge state. I'm further down southwest. So I'm Chupik, Yupik, and she's Gwich'in, part of the interior. And there's 5 cultures in Alaska. There's Inukbak, Athabaskan, Chupik, Yupik, Sukbak, Tlinkit-Haida, Simshan. And so we're representing 2 cultures from Alaska. So, but she talked about the caribou, that's the land that she comes from. And from where I come from we have salmon, that's fish, that's the biggest resource that we have. Part of our diet, we do a lot of subsistence hunting and gathering. And what has become normal in our culture now, every year in May, we start asking, I hope we're going to have a lot of fish this year. Because one time there was no fish. None of the fish came. And Fish and Game, Fish and Wildlife has started regulating how much we can fish or what we can fish with. This year, where I come from in the Yukon area, they're only allowed to use dip nets. That is not what we normally use. We use set nets to fish. Right now the herrings are here, and so they're coming in abundance, which we're very grateful for. We have fish this year. We have at least herring. But the next thing that's coming is the salmon. We don't know yet how much there's going to be. However, in the Kuskokwim of Alaska, they're catching salmon. It doesn't necessarily mean where I come from, about an hour out to the coast, we're going to get any of that. And the other, right after fishing, we ask, I hope we have a lot of berries this year. Where I come from, the snow came late, and so that affects how much berries we get. We're hoping, we're keeping our fingers crossed that we will have berries this year, because I'm a berry picker. But in Anchorage, I climbed the mountain to go berry picking because that's pretty much untouched by civilization. So me and my sister, we normally climb Mount Baldy to pick our berries, blackberries each year, and it's a hard climb, but we love doing it. The climate has changed a lot, and the weather has changed a lot. I spent a lot of time with my uncle before he died. We used to spend mornings together and he would tell me a lot of stories when we were having our coffee. And one of the things that he told me was when we started eating the white man food, we started seeing people getting arthritis. We started people getting sick earlier. And so that encouraged me to, helped me to not eat so much red meat. I can't go back to eating red meat again after my uncle said that. And I had arthritis on my arm. I don't have that anymore. And that was a testimony to what my uncle had told me. And the other thing that he told me before he passed away was Chila asiro pelganak kohtuk wanguda umyugabut asitulhok tawkamaich pak umyugabut asiro yingan manaslu Chila malichlugu asiroduk. Before we were touched by the Kazakhs and their culture, our mental health was stable. So therefore, because our mental health was stable, the weather was stable. And with all this coming into our culture, our mental health is not stable anymore. And so therefore, and that the weather reflects that. The weather is very unpredictable because long time ago, the people that were used to hunting, they would go outside, look at the weather and say, and they would predict what kind of weather it was going to be, and the weather would come slowly. And it was what they were going to say. And nowadays, you go outside, look at the weather, the weather will change on a dime. So there's no way predicting that anymore. Anyway, those are the words that I bring to you from our Chupik and Yupik nation. Kuyana kanchishlo, chibufchini.
What Linda lightly touched on is that, but didn't emphasize, as I will, that her work involves in protecting the children. She's also a tribal judge for her village. And I'd like to do a closing honor song, if I may. This is our Medicine Dream honor song, composed by Paul Pike, Mi'kmaq, from Newfoundland. And invite you to stand as you're willing and able. Remove your hats that are not regalia. Sarah, may I use your drum? Sounds great. I think it's coming back.
Hey!
Okay, thank you.
So again, that was Linda and Buzz Daney from Alaska. Thank you so much for sharing your songs. Our next presenter, her name is Kanuhas Manuel. She is a mother of four, a traditional hand poke tattoo artist, a birth keeper, and a land defender / freedom fighter. She's here to educate us on the current issues facing her territory and the threats and risks of the Canadian government's Trans Mountain Pipeline. Here is Kanuhas.
White Kukwaitip, Kanahus Bethki request. My name is Kanahus Bethki. It means red woman in Tanaka. I'm from both the Secwepemc and the Tanaka nations in so-called British Columbia. My land that living in right now, Secwepemc Uluk, is 180,000 square kilometers of land. We've never signed treaty with Great Britain, Canada, nor British Columbia, and so our land remains unceded and unsurrendered. Our land, Secwepemc Uluk, our nation, is one of the biggest Indigenous nations in so-called British Columbia. Right now, first, let me just introduce my family. My father, my late father, Arthur Manuel, was an Indigenous leader of our people, and my late grandfather, Dr. Grand Chief George Manuel, was an international leader for Indigenous rights, and he founded the organization called the World Council of Indigenous Peoples, and it's with the spirit of his organizing that I stand here today as the dream of the Allied Tribes and this World Council of Indigenous Peoples to bring our people together for our common goals of land, protection of land, and the self-determination of our people. Two things, very simple, land and self-determination for our people, because it's when we have full control and territorial authority over our lands, when we're able to manage our lands and make decisions about the lands and the so-called resources, that we will be the mighty, powerful nations that we once were. And right now, I believe what the other speakers were saying, that we're really in a time that needs our attention. We need to really put our personal effort into defense of our homelands. And myself and my community and my families have been doing this for generations in defense of our lands. My twin sister, Mayuk Bethki, Weasel Woman, she's actually doing house arrest jail time right now for land defense against the Trans Mountain Pipeline, a pipeline coming from the Alberta tar sands from here, this area that they want to sacrifice to mine bitumen, some of the dirtiest crude oil in the world. And I know people from here know this industry all too well and the impacts that it has on their lives, on their health. And if you add up all the Indian reserves in so-called Canada, it will equal 0.2% of land. So us Indigenous peoples here in so-called Canada are only living on 0.2% of our land, which is very small, not even 1%. And so we know the impacts that that has on our lives, because our economy is out there, and the other 99.8% that Canada continues to control, and that's all the resources, all the wealth, all this oil and gas and minerals that are being extracted from our earth, and it's impacting us. Through my years of organizing in our community, we faced off with many different industries, including the ski resort industry in 2001 that wanted to clear cut 2 entire more mountains on top of the one that they already had to build a ski resort. This would be using recycled sewage waste to make snow, similar to Arizona, what they were trying to do there. And we stood up and we fought back. They got court injunctions against us, which really pretty well meant automatic jail time if you stood up to protest it. And we had around 75 arrests, and our elders led the way on that one. And the young people formed Native Youth Movement in our community, and they stood up as well. And we had 75 arrests in just a season of a ski season. And just seeing how the RCMP came in and the Crown came in to arrest our elders and to violate them and be violent with them and bring them off to jail and make them go through this court process and make them go to probation officer, every couple of weeks, or go sign in at the police station. More young people began to stand up, and our elders led the way on that time. We stood up also against the 2010 Winter Olympics, which would mean more mountains clear-cutted for the 2010 ski runs for the Winter Olympics. And then in 2014, we had one of the world's largest mine tailings disaster happen in Likely, in our lake called Yucnasenjaimetqua. It's the deepest glacier-fed lake in the world, as we come from the mountains and we come from glaciers. And it dumped billions of gallons of toxic mine waste into our lake. And this was right during our salmon spawning season. For those that don't know, the salmon are in a 4-year cycle, so they come up into the interior to lay their eggs and spawn, and then they spend a year in the local lakes until they venture out into the open ocean. And they go out into the open ocean as far up as Alaska, all down Washington State. That's the salmon. And then they come back in the 4th year to the same creek that they were born in, and they know by the DNA. But with this Mount Poly mine disaster, it released copper into the natural streams, and the copper is how the salmon navigate through the waters. And so it affected the salmon on that year. And a lot of natives chose to fast from salmon after that Mount Poly mine disaster because they didn't want to touch the salmon. The women were crying at their fishing spots because they wanted to fish, but we didn't know what those billions of gallons of toxic mine waste was going to do for our food source. We come from the mountains. There's 4 major rivers that form in our headwaters in the glaciers: the Fraser, the Thompson, the Columbia, which is dammed now, and even the Athabasca River forms in the headwaters and it flows north. So we have 4 major rivers, and it's really important for us in our rights and our responsibilities to protect that land. And because we come from this massive amount of water, we found ourselves in fights way high in the glacier by Tum Tum and the Upper Adams with Imperial Metals Mine again, trying to mine lead and zinc into the mountains. And so we were successful in stopping them for a point, but there's still exploratory drilling up in our sacred headwaters and our glaciers up in Tum Tum. Chka, they call it, our people. The Indian Reserve System and the Indian Act system, where the Indian Reserves come out of, is some of the most destructive laws against our people because it forced us off of our territory onto little tiny Indian reserves. And like I said, our economy is out there, and we need to talk about our indigenous economies. We had, prior to white man, prior to colonization, we had a thriving economy amongst us even, natives all the way here. And we have this pipeline now that connects us to the land up here, because that pipeline travels 1,152 kilometers through my homelands. It cuts through on its way to Tsleil-Waututh territory, Musqueam and Squamish out near Vancouver at the Westridge Marine Terminal. So all the way from the Edmonton terminal of Trans Mountain Pipeline, it travels all the way to Westridge Marine Terminal, 890,000 barrels of bitumen per day that are now filling super tankers. These are big Afromax tankers that are en route to refineries down in California and to the Bay Area of California, Richmond, California. And these oil refineries have already been there refining oil, but this is a massive push, will increase 700 times the amount that's going on these tankers through the nations of the Pacific Northwest, down north of, or south, in between Vancouver Island and Washington State, Orca Islands, San Juan Islands, out to the macaw, to the whale hunters, and then down south through the Washington, Oregon, and California coast that this tankers are threatening. And so in a way to organize the people, for us, we started to build tiny houses on wheels to go and occupy our territories off Indian Reserve and confront the oil industry with the pipeline coming through our land. And right now we have 7 tiny houses on wheels that we deployed at Blue River. It's a halfway point between Edmonton and Vancouver. And this little town, a white settler town of Blue River, has maybe 150 or so residents. But we moved our tiny houses up there to confront an industrial worker camp, a man camp, that they wanted to bring in 1,500 pipeline workers right there by the little tiny house village that we had set up. And so they came and went. We battled those pipeline workers for years and years as we built up our own little tiny house warrior village there in Blue River. And our nation is big. It goes up to Jasper House. There's Secwepemc people that were relocated from Jasper House down more south into our territory. So I didn't realize how close we are and how we border with the nations here. And there's political, I'm sure, political allyship and ties that we've had in the past that we need to rekindle as we build ourselves up politically with a strong voice for us as allied tribes and nations together. My father, he formed an organization called the Indigenous Network on Economies and Trade, and he was challenging the Canadian government that way with this organization and these corporations, because they need money to build up this industry out in our land. And he was saying that these companies and these governments don't have title. They don't have title to the land. It's actually us, Indigenous peoples, that hold title to our lands. And when we stand up, it's the government will say, okay, yeah, you could go pick berries there, you could go hunt there, but it's not claim to the land, the title itself out there on our territory. So my grandfather in his organizing days was always making sure we said the title to the land, the actual ownership over our territories, the territorial authority to make the decisions about our lands. And that comes not from Chief and Council, that was invented by Indian Act and the federal government. It's actually we as the people collectively in our roles as mothers, as hunters, as fishermen and berry pickers, and our people who are out there practicing our way of life. We are the collective title holders and rights holders to our land. And with that, we have major responsibility and educating the young people to speak our languages, even land defense. We have young warriors out there training, on the ground to be fit and to be able to maneuver out on our land when threats against us come. And we're going to have to teach, the young ones and up all these skills. And before, in the past, my grandfather, when he would travel, he would bring a young man or a young woman, or back then it was a young man that would travel with him. He was 16 years old. He went to Chiapas during the massacres to the Mayan, when they were fleeing the massacres, they were in the border there, and he went there. He went to go meet with the top guerrillas that were fighting back, He found them. They were under the guise of raising all the chickens. After days, he went and he found who's the leaders. He went to Chile during the Pinochet era. He went all to these hot spots all around the world organizing indigenous peoples. And so growing up and learning that and having to get on the mic when I was the shyest person as a young girl growing up, but then knowing that we have a legacy that we have to continue on as indigenous peoples. Our grandparents stayed alive, kept us, our family lineage alive for us to be here today. And it's powerful to see all of us survivors of this genocide that's still happening today in Canada and around the world. And the alliance doesn't stop just here because it's everywhere, like our brother said from Peru. Our brother said from Peru, it's in Palestine. We stand with the Palestinian, we stand with every indigenous people. I stand with the Burkina Faso as they're kicking out the colonizers out of their countries in Africa. And we gotta watch what they're doing over there in Africa. They're kicking the colonizers out. And we have to look at the same thing. How are we gonna do that? What happens, my dad would always say, what happens if they give the land back today? How are you going to manage it? You need to have self-determination plans to learn how to say how you're gonna manage it, because some other brown skin is gonna go in and say, I know how to run it, and they're gonna fit right into the province and the Ministry of Mines, and they're gonna fit right into what they want to continue to do to our lands. So we really do have to get organized, and just my gratitude to Paula and to Chief Orville Luckenhorst for continuing this World Peace and Prayer, to bring us all together, because these are really important for us to have and to open our heart and our minds, our eyes up to what's happening. We're so connected even more than we know, and our prayers are powerful and they're connected right here, with this altar, with this going global around the world right now. So I just want to, say thank you for everybody for their time and for listening, and I'll be here throughout the rest of the time and be able to continue the conversation with anybody. I know people were wanting a Tiny House Warrior shirt, but I only have one, so maybe we can do a trade. And I also do tattoo work and I do birth work, but the birth work was really so I could deliver my own babies, and the tattoo work was so I could give my kids coming of age tattoos when they went for their echka and woman and manhood ceremonies. So my decolonization efforts never end. And I brought my tattoo stuff. I know a couple people wanted tattoo too. And but I'll leave it there, and thank you, Cook's Jam, everybody.
Our next thank you, Kanuas. Our next presenter is going to be Jessie Cardinal. She's from Kakino Métis community, and she's here to share her prayer, healing, and hope. Once again, this is Jessie Cardinal. There you go.
Good afternoon, everyone. Nice to see you all. Thank you to Paula and Orville, who I haven't met yet, but I will, for helping to put this event together. Thank you to the Paul Band. I wanted to say, and to the organizers, to the crew on the ground here that are working hard to help make this event happen. It's a beautiful community here. And I'll introduce myself. I'm Jessie Cardinal. From Kakino Métis Settlement. I'm just waiting for my slides to come up. And Jessie Cardinal Netsiga Sun Kakino Otsania. Keepers of the Water is an organization that I work with. It's an indigenous organization, and we work to protect water. And so this is what I'll be talking about, the message of hope and healing. And if you could go to the next slide. Just want to introduce who I am and where I come from. So, Wayne Gua Sandra Cardinal Nini Giaguak. Nota Wione Giagua Ni Musampan Francis Cardinal Nukampan Alice Cardinal. Niga Wione Giagua Ni Musampan Harrison Cardinal Egua Nukampan Louise Cardinal. And then there's some of my great-grandparents in there. Mostly from Saddle Lake Cree Nation and Good Fish, and both my grandmothers were Métis. So next slide, please. So this is a World Peace and Prayer Day, or the World Peace and Prayer event. So I wanted to share who helped me learn how to pray. And so Bill and Shirley Jackson. Bill Jackson's from Good Fish Lake, and he runs a program called Tribal Trails on TV. So I grew up learning how to pray that way too, the Christian way, but it wasn't Catholic, it wasn't nothing like that. And it was out of love. Like I learned to pray for other people with love and kindness. So those were some of the first people that taught me how to pray. And I always acknowledge the women, because oftentimes the men get acknowledged, but the men, if they have their wives, part of who they are is because of the women that they're with. And then my auntie Mona and Cal, that's who, when I started to learn about ceremony, because I grew up to be around it but never knew about it, never understood it. So they were the first people that started to teach me, and they were very loving and very kind people. No shame. If you make a mistake or you don't know something, they didn't teach you out of shame, they taught you out of love. So you were allowed to make mistakes, you were allowed to ask questions. Next slide, please. So this is who they learned from. My Uncle Cal and Auntie Mona learned from Joe P. And so all the teachings that in that sweat lodge come from there. And one of the teachings that Joe had was about the journey that we take. And he said that the longest journey that we take is from our head to our heart. That oftentimes we're operating from here, and it's one of the hardest journeys that we take from here to here. So that's one of the teachings that I learned. Next slide, please. So some more people I want to honor who taught me how to pray. Carl and Florence Quinn. They're from the Saddle Lake Cree Nation. They're actually having a sweat today because it's the solstice. So they're in ceremony, and one of the things I learned from them was they really honor that half of the lodge is the woman. So I really learned in that space to feel comfortable as a woman, that we have a place there, and that we're not subservient to men, we're equal to men. And so it's a really beautiful space. And then my Auntie Sue, so she taught me a lot of the Cree language. She's one of my Nehiawewen teachers, but one of the teachings she taught me when it came about prayer was her dad, Vernon, and my Mushum were first cousins, and she said her dad would go pray wherever. If he was driving by and he was driving by a church, he would go pray in a church. If he knew there was a sweat, he would go pray in a sweat. And I loved that. What I loved about it was it took away shame for praying. You can pray how you want to pray, as long as it's not hurting anyone, because we have so much shame and, well, you need to pray this way or you need to pray that way. So I just wanted to honor her on that. Next slide, please. So in our organization, Keepers of the Water, I've been with that organization since 2010, and it was formed in the Northwest Territories. One of our speakers is here, who will be speaking tomorrow, Francois Paulette, one of the founders. And so the reason why it was formed was because there was a concern about the water. There was concern about the quality of the water was declining, and the water levels were drastically declining. So Kana Hoos, who I want to thank you and say hello, who's been doing work traveling all over the world to bring people together. She mentioned the tar sands. So the tar sands is in northern Alberta. It's about 4 hours away from here. It's one of the biggest industrial projects on the planet. And they are extracting millions of barrels of bitumen a day. And in order to extract 1 barrel of bitumen, they have to use 8 to 10 barrels of fresh water every day. So if you can imagine, they're extracting millions of barrels of fresh water every day from the Athabasca River and the underground water. And so, and these rivers, they all meet. So all the waters in Alberta from Treaty 6, starting in Jasper, they all flow north. So there's the Peace River, the Slave River, the Athabasca River. They all flow north into Francois' territory, and they come into this river, that river there, which is called the Decho River, the fast flowing or the mighty river. That river is the biggest river in the world. And then that river flows into the Arctic Ocean. But it's also one of the most impacted rivers in the world. So what happens when they extract this bitumen, all these extraction processes, they all use fresh water. But I'm gonna just touch on this Fort McMurray one for a minute. So when they extract all this water, all this bitumen, they use all this water, there's all this toxic waste that's left over. They call it tailings ponds. These are the tailings ponds. And as you can see, they look like the birds might think they're water on a sunny day, but they're so toxic that if a bird lands on it, it automatically dies. That's how toxic this liquid waste is. There's 19 of them up there, and they call them lakes because they're as big as of what a lake would be. That's how big they are. They can be seen from space. And I just recently learned this. I talk about the tailings ponds all the time. This is the biggest toxic tailings site in the world. 4 hours away from us, the biggest toxic tailings site in the world is 4 hours away. And the Alberta government recently proposed with these companies that they said, because the communities are so concerned about it, they're leaking, people are getting rare cancers. In Fort Chip, they have high rates of cancer, all kinds of issues. And so the people are saying, you guys need to do something about this. What are you gonna do? And they don't have a solution. So what they came up with most recently is they said, we found a way to treat it, and then we're gonna dump all those into the water. So part of what our work with Keepers of the Water does is we worked with the scientists, we took all that information to look at it and understand that it's still highly toxic, and no, just no, it's not gonna happen. They are not gonna dump these toxic tailings into the water. So we've been meeting with the federal environment minister, all these communities, going everywhere and anywhere we can where people will listen, to educate them first that the Alberta government wants to do this and that it's going to completely devastate. We're calling it an international human rights crime because it will affect a lot of people. And so Alberta, a couple more points. Alberta is the largest oil and gas producer in the country of Canada. So what that means is they're also the biggest water user in the country of Canada. They're using massive amounts of fresh water. And what's concerning is Danielle Smith wants to double that. We're already at the height, and she wants to double that. And I'm concerned because Prime Minister Mark Carney, he also wants to try and make Canada this energy superpower. But all they're talking about is extraction, and they're not talking about the impacts to the land. They're not talking about how much fresh water is going to be used, how much toxic waste, how many animals, how many medicines, how many berries. None of that. They're not talking about any of that. And like the Pueblo people, is that where you guys are from? You guys spoke this morning? They were talking about why these wars are happening. And they're happening because of oil. The people in Gaza got bombed because of oil. They want to bomb Iran because of oil. They are using the state of Israel, which only became a state in 1948. They're using this tiny little state, these countries like America and all these other countries, to get to that oil. That's what's happening there, just as they said. And then down south, you know, they're causing all kinds of chaos. So I agree, we need to unite. So what does uniting look like to me? Continuing to have these gatherings, continuing to have people come together. But one thing we are also missing is allies. We need to, as Indigenous people, come together, but the non-Indigenous people, and not only the white people. You know, let's bring in Palestinians, let's bring in the Jewish people that don't support this. Everyone, we need to unite, be seen in the streets, and I know that's already happening. Next slide, please. So one of the things that the Keepers of the Water is trying to do to also fight this off, because we can't always be angry, we can't always be sad. And so one of the things we do in trying to have hope is we're pursuing looking at what does personhood or rights of nature look like. So we were one of the first organizations or communities to, in Alberta, put forward a statement of concern on behalf of the Athabasca watershed. We're not saying that's the only solution, but it's one solution to recognize that water is alive, water has spirit. And so that's one of the things that we have done. And so it's still going back and forth with the Alberta government. Next slide, please. So this is where I wanted to just give some examples or reminders of powerful times of prayer. How, you know, these times of prayer, in these times of crisis, how prayer was powerful in those times. And so as you guys remember, if you could go back to the previous slide, or was this the first one? Okay, so this is the first one. Yeah, that one. So this one, if you guys know this story, if not, I just want to honor Wolverine, who Kanahus knows, late Wolverine. So this man, he did exactly what everybody should be doing. He went to what's called Crown land, or unceded land. He went to his own territory, and he set up for a ceremony. And they were doing a Sundance ceremony there. A white farmer who was very racist, he was not okay with that. He called the cops, he threatened them with violence. The cops came out, they were met with 400, just a group of like 20, 30 people. They sent over 400 paramilitary RCMP to come and remove these people when they were just peacefully on the land. The one thing that really resonated with me with this was there was one day where those police shot thousands of rounds, like 20,000 rounds of ammunition at that small handful of people. 20,000. You guys can Google it. Not one person was hurt, or not one person died, I should say. And to me, that's a testament to the power of prayer. Next slide, please. And then some more examples on the power of prayer. The Meech Lake Accord in the 1980s, when Quebec was trying to separate and completely exclude Indigenous people, Elijah Harper, and just that power of holding that feather, what that does for us, that gives us hope. You know, just those simple acts of prayer, how that gives us hope. And again, Amanda Polcheese, this was out in Moncton, and these were the Mi'kmaq people, and they were opposing fracking. And this one woman, how she stood up with her feather against these militarized RCMP, and that has gone around the world. So those are just examples of how prayer gives hope. Next slide, please. So this is one of the things we've done, Keepers of the Water. I was one of the organizers. Cleo Reese, Ariel Durange, they were some of the founders of this Tarzan's Healing Walk. So what we did, 4 hours north, one of the biggest industrial projects on the planet, we had a healing walk. You guys will see Francois in there. No, that's the old first slide. But anyway, so we had a walk of prayer. Because sometimes it's like, well, what can I do? What can I do? And so this was one of the things that we did, because we were being labeled as violent, as angry, as all these things, which we are not. And so this is how we came up with the healing walk. So we did 14-kilometer walk right through that tar sands. We had to wear masks because the air is so bad. It just, if you ever go up there, it just hits you in your nose. It hits you in your throat. People live up there. And that's, so we walked through that. And there's places that look like desert, because they turned that land, they took all the trees, they did all their extraction, and it looks like a desert there now. But what we did was we prayed. So we walked 14 kilometers, and we had a walk of prayer. And by the last healing walk, there was hundreds of people from all over the world that came. Next slide. So this is my last slide, because I know that we want to hear as many people as we can today. One of the people that inspired me was Sherry Mitchell. If you guys have not heard of her, she wrote a book called Sacred Instructions. And it's one of the best books I've ever read in my life. And so my quote, inspired by her, I said, "We're living in a time of prophecy. You are all needed to help, and with rights comes responsibility. If we're to have a human right to water, we are also all responsible to help protect it and help take care of it." And we have seen over history the power of prayer, and when used in the right way, we can ensure a healthy future for all. Sherry Mitchell, in her book, she says, "Every living thing has its own creation song, its own language, and its own story. In order to live harmoniously with the rest of creation, we must be willing to listen, to respect all of the harmonies that are moving around us." And so there was an elder who taught me that everything has a spirit, down to the smallest firefly, to the moose. You know, everything has a spirit. The water has a spirit. The tree has a spirit. And in the spirit world, all of our spirits are the same size. So we're all the same in the spirit world. And so with that, I just want to close with a prayer that my Auntie Sue, I'm learning, that my Auntie Sue taught me in Creek class. So how gisi watsuan kisi mantu kinanas komtena semina kotak kisagaw emiyak yasi namuin Wase mumtanate Mian kiske tamawin, mian nehiawewin, mian kisiwatsawin, mian sagitawin, mian manatsawin, mian nanaskamawin, sawim nitsawasim nanak, niwa wagomagananak, egwakakiaw gotagak ay sinyawak, ota askik wawis angi ka kitamat Gisitik. Hi. So what it says is, kind Creator, I give you thanks again, another day you give us. Bring down a clear mind, give me knowledge, the Cree language, kindness, love, humility, thankfulness. Bless our children, bless our relatives, and all other people here on earth, especially those that are poor in spirit, food, and health. Hi. Kinanas kompna wow ikse.
Oh, that one's working. Okay. Thank you again. That was Jessie Cardinal. Our next presenter is a Anishinaabe and Dakota grandmother. Her name is Lisa Bellinger. She's a chairperson for AIM and the Grand Governing Council for AIM as well. She's here to share about the protection of our sacred stone. Once again, this is Lisa Bellinger.
Bonjour, Bijawens Minawa, Wakamuha, Wakawi, Indigo, Wabajation, Dodem, Kasagasqua, Jimmy Cog, Minawa, Inda Nungum, Gagigan, Ishnabe, Dakota Kwe, Minawa, Madewana Kwe, Idash, Ogichira Kwe, and Dao. So, Bonjour relatives, it's really beautiful to be here up in this territory, and thank you for the host for your beautiful hospitality and that amazing Bannock. Got to speak for the Bannock. So I'm going to talk, I did a little bit of this last year on Pipestone, and I want to kind of recap what we went over last year and give you a little update. Pipestone, Minnesota, it is the womb of our sacred stone. The stone, the majority of the chanupa is made from stone that has been harvested at this location in southwestern Minnesota. There are a few other sites where you can harvest pipestone, but it's not the same quality as the stone that comes from this area. So there's a couple issues at Pipestone that we're addressing, and there's one more I hear on the way. First and foremost, it is a sacred site. And if you go to the Pipestone National Park, National Monument, you will see the statement by our chief here. He talks about Pipestone being that sacred site. And so with AIM, for the last, I want to say 30 years, we've held a Sundance there. And it's really beautiful to dance there and dance right on, knowing that you're dancing on that sacred stone, that you're honoring and sleeping and praying right there and giving that sacrifice. The site also became a boarding school. In 1893, the first the Pipestone Boarding School was opened, and it has since closed down, and the students were transferred across a few miles away to the Flandreau Boarding School. But we found out there is a cemetery there as well, and I'm sure you're aware of those issues of having the cemeteries. This cemetery, of course, is unmarked. And if you ask any park staff, they don't know where it is. And so we've been working on using traditional methods, ceremony offerings, food, asking to be shown where this grave site is of these little girls. Pipestone is used for our sacred stone, our pipes. And there's a story about the blood of our people that accompanies that location. And so therefore, when we go to Pipestone, when events are there, and it is honored, reverenced as that sacred, very, very sacred, special site. Even the quarries, before they go in and they harvest the stone, they offer their asema, their tobacco, they offer food, they offer sometimes prayer ties, and people come from all over to quarry there to work to get that sacred stone. Other places you can get stone: Barron County, Wisconsin, Tremper Mound, Ohio, Yavapai County, Arizona, Garrettson, South Dakota, northwestern Kansas, Jefferson Lake and Lincoln counties in Montana. And again, it's pipestone, but it's not the same quality as this particular site. So pipestone historically has been that gathering place, a place of harvest, and so many tribes went there to go harvest that stone so that they would have their chanupa. It became part of a treaty and protected through the 1858 treaty. And so our people gathered there. We know there's a site where there's a few individuals that we know where their camp was. Some of our chiefs. We don't go around disclosing all of that. Just like when we find that cemetery, we have to go back to our elders and say, what do we do now? We want to do it all in a good way. So there is a boarding. Okay, go forward. Sorry. One more. This is the only building left of the boarding school. It's the superintendent's house. And when you go there, you feel the energy there. It's scary, but it's really, really sad. You feel it in your gut. This is the location of the Indian cemetery. So this is a picture of the park. Go on to the next one. Now you got to go back. There's a map of the park. The quarries are the active quarries that have been, they're actual holes in the ground and people are digging them up, is in the center part of that park there on the left. And then the picture on the right is one of the local tribal members, a couple of them pulling out a big piece of pipestone. The work that goes into it, you're moving stone. You have to break through layers and layers of stone to get to that sacred, the layer of the pipestone. Next slide. So next is the pipeline. So we were informed that there's a pipeline that runs right over the sacred stone and through the park and on heading towards Sioux Falls, South Dakota. And you see these pipeline markers, they weren't there long ago. Or, like for years, they might have just been a little tiny stick, but more recently, the pipeline is more prominent. Next slide. So here we have the timeline. The boarding school opened in 1893, we'll say. The park opened in 1937. U.S. Great Lakes Pipeline Company applies for the row, and that's that little paragraph at the bottom. It's the right-of-way for Great Lakes Oil to move their pipeline through the park property. In 1957, the land was transferred from the Department of Indian Education, or Department of Interior Indian Education, to the national parks. And with that transfer of land or title or responsibility and ownership was the right-of-way. It's included in the transfer. In 1967, the right-of-way expired. And to this date, we have not found any document saying there's any right-of-way in that's current. And so speed forward ahead, and we find out that the oil company is there looking. The petroleum companies are there meeting with people to try and get a row or right-of-way and a permit to be able to dig down into that pipeline and make repairs. That's what they told us. One of the issues when we went, as we learned about this pipeline, we researched the company, and of course, they're telling everybody down there that, oh, it's safe, this pipeline is safe, and we all know that story. We have some pretty awesome pipeline fighters in here. And so we dug up and shared with the community there. You can go. One more. One more. Oh, back, okay. So since 2000, there have been 40 plus environmental safety violations, totaling over 33 million in fines and penalties. And so when we did a testimony, they called for public testimony, public comment right in the city of Pipestone, and we were actually there with a youth camp teaching them how to quarry and all of that, teaching them about Pipestone. And there was a public hearing. And so we brought it to the kids. I talked to their camp leads, and they said, let's ask the children. So we asked the children, there's a public comment hearing, would you like to go over and learn about this pipeline that's going through Pipestone? They're like, what? I love kids, I'm a teacher. You give them something to fight about and they're all over it. So they're like, yeah, we want to go testify. And so, of course, at this hearing, they're talking about how great their pipeline is and how safe it is and not to worry and blah, 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 blah. And so we pulled up this information and shared it with representatives from the state of Minnesota of their track record. Just that company's track record, not all the track records and spills across Turtle Island. And the city or the state officials were a little shocked because, of course, the pipeline company's telling them how great they are. So as we're researching, trying to find the bumblebee, the fish, the cactus plant, all these different elements that are endangered on this land to help us, that will help us fight the fight against the pipeline and stop it. We read in one of the ag reports that there's about the cemetery. We didn't know about the cemetery at this point. We just learned about it and we were like, what? There's a cemetery here? Well, we kind of figured there was one, but it was in the federal document. But it wasn't in the report. It was in the footnotes. Oh, by the way, there's a cemetery and there's some children buried there, but we're not going to tell you where, or we're not going to put it in the report. Why would we do that? But they call it the Indian Cemetery, and it is included in, if you go back and research articles from the local newspaper, they talk about it. The Indian Cemetery out on the reservation. And they call the boarding school the reservation. Okay, one more. This is next to the superintendent's house. And it's the cellar, I think the cellar entrance. And when you go over there, the feeling is just incredible. It's just eerie. Oh man, I lost it. Okay, go ahead. Lonnie. She has too many windows open. You find it again. So these are the names of the children that are buried at the cemetery. Mary LaRose, 10 years old. Florence Risler, 7 years old. These are the first four children that died. Mabel Campbell, 11 years old, and Annie Tampanatis, 12 years old. So we're working on finding the families of these children. And we think we have connected with the Campbell with Mabel's family. And so we want to keep reaching out, and we're continuing to look for these families because we want to create some kind of a memorial for them, and we want the families to have input. So at our Sundance, we had a group with the children, and we asked them to make little signs, and we put out 4 little chairs and orange cloth over them, and then we put those pieces of paper on each chair for those 4 little girls that were buried, that are still buried there. And this is, I think, the first big post that I seen about the boarding school, the find of the children up here. Next. So at the boarding school, at the monument, there was some like youth or civilian workers that come and help, and one of them was Native, and he made a memorial for these children. And when the memorial was put on the ground, when it was installed, then there's a trail that people can walk in the park. And so the monument is over here and the trail is over there. And they're saying that because, and this was in the newspaper, because there's so many people went over to see the memorial, they had to change their path to come by here, and they actually added some words about the memorial for these children that were buried there. That was all that they put on there. And then a couple years later, this memorial disappeared. And we did not have any pictures of that memorial, and so I was envisioning like something that lays in the ground or a rock or something, that they carved the words "Peace Forever" in it. And so we're like, how did people see it from way over there through that tall grass? And then one day, digging through our AIM archive stuff, I was looking in one of our newsletters from 20 some years ago, and this was a picture in that newsletter. And so that marker, that guy's 6 feet tall, that's standing to the left of that marker. So a couple years later, that marker disappeared, thank you. And nobody knows what happened to the marker. Nobody can remember. Like, how does a marker that size disappear? Next slide. So they quit burying children on the property after like 5 years, and they started burying them at the cemetery across the road off the park property at the city cemetery. And so we went and we researched. We went over to the cemetery looking to see if we could find out where they buried the children, because that's where they said they buried them. And go back one. When we researched the list of the cemeteries, we didn't see very many Native people that we thought might have been Native children, but there's a lot of unknown graves. A lot of unknown. So you might want to guess that that's probably our boarding school children in the city cemetery. That's something else we need to address. So back to the pipestone. It was decommissioned about 4 years ago, and then they tried to recommission it, and then it was decommissioned again. And so they actually came out with there was 4 alternative routes of where that pipeline should go. It needs to be rerouted around the federal park. And so there was Route 1, which the park is here, and the route just went just right around the corner from the park. We were like, So the local farmers joined in with us and wanted to be part of this fight, because all of a sudden it was going on their property, right? It was going to cut through their lands. So they wanted us to lead and wanted to support our work so we could all work together to stop this pipeline. So then there was another route, a Route 2, and one of the tribes in Minnesota, northern Minnesota, an Ojibwe tribe, sent forth a route proposal, and that route was maybe 3-mile buffer from the active quarries, and then one more route, which was like almost a 5-mile buffer. And so it went through the Minnesota Department of Commerce and Minnesota Public Utilities Commission, and the route, the 3-mile border one, was approved. So in this fight against this pipeline, there is tribes and ranchers, farmers, community groups, local citizens and representatives. And even the city stepped up and said, we don't want that pipestone, because one of the routes projected was going to go right between 2 of their city cemeteries. And all of a sudden they were saying, we don't want this petroleum product leaking into our cemeteries. What will it do to our relatives that are born there? So all of a sudden they joined the fight. So the tribe that was assigned in the treaty to be the caretakers is the Yankton Sioux tribe. So they have, some of their tribal members have stepped up and have created legal parties to this process. And so it went back into the Public Utilities Commission, where the last I heard it was still there. It's a little scary because old orange head face person over there said that he declared a national energy emergency crisis. So if there's any development companies that want to continue to develop anywhere in U.S. territory, they just need to let them know. He has a committee set up, and the committee will just approve it. So we're a little frightened right now because it's sitting in Minnesota's Public Utility Commission, a governmental body, and hoping that they will keep the minimum of the line that was the route that was originally proposed, but they have begun pushing for no pipeline and then at least a minimum 5-mile buffer. So we'll see what happens. In the meantime, we are still trying to contact the families of these children. The National Parks has been organizing or working with the National Boarding School Healing Project on doing some kind of a memorial in the park for the children that attended the boarding school. And we're still working towards raising funds and trying to find the families so we can create a memorial for those children. So that's where we are at with that situation at the Pipestone, Minnesota. Are there any questions? It's the Magellan pipeline. And even then, now it went to another company called One Neck or ONEC. I always call them One Neck, but I think it's ONEC. Something out of Oklahoma. Oh, and then I was saying there's one more threat. So there's the boarding school, there's the current pipeline, and now they're trying to do those, the carbon pipelines, the carbon projects. They were just approved a route up by northwestern Minnesota near Sisseton. They were approved to begin charting a line map from up north, coming in from North Dakota, I believe. You want to come? I love it when people can help.
My name is Manape Lemire, and I've been involved with some of the pipestone, not to the extent that Lisa and others have, but I've been able to be privy to certain dynamics and information regarding the Pipestone Quarry, and I think this is going to affect a lot of the spiritual people that are in this room. And I would just say that there was an archaeological survey done by some relatives within our territory, and what they discovered was that if you understand how that quarry goes, there's this Catlinite strip that sits underneath what they call Sioux quartzite. Sioux quartzite is a highly compressed ancient stone, and it's very heavy. And at the quarry, our ancestors used to quarry the pipestone on the surface. They would just have to remove some of the prairie dirt, some of that topsoil, and it was right there. But over time they quarried, and then today we're quarrying and you have to go deeper. So if you're ever there and you see these quarries that are maintained today, they're 12 feet below now. And that catlinite goes at a particular angle, maybe almost 45-degree angle down. And what's happened over time is that quartzite gets heavier and it kind of squeezes that catlinite out towards the opening, so to speak. And they were able to quantify, awesome young lady, researcher from the Wppd Shakoi, she was able to quantify the amount of catlinite that we would have access to. And it is a limited resource. And so I just wanted to contribute that a little bit to the importance of us. I'm speaking as a Ihangtawa Yankton Sioux myself, and then my mother's over there too. And how important that is for there to be some sort of regulation in the future that is indigenous-led, because we have non-native people quarrying to the north of the site. We're selling it. You go to Prairie Edge in Rapid City, they're selling pipes. But a lot of our relatives go into that store and they go and buy beadwork and they go and buy fabric, and they don't care that in that case there's pipestone being sold. They'll walk right by it, and it doesn't muster any emotion or feeling. It does for me. And every time I go into Prairie Edge, I'll ask those workers, "Oh, you guys are still selling the blood of our people, huh?" Right? So we have to challenge. You have to challenge them. More and more of us have to hold people accountable, even if it might be a little uncomfortable. We have to challenge people, because we come to understand it's a very limited resource now too. So, and not only that, beautiful fall waterfall. Last year, that was a raging torrent over there. That waterfall that flows through there, but it's shallow because of the the glaciers scraping everything. That groundwater, those underground aquifers pop up all over. It's not just the Big Sioux River and things that are nearby, but these aquifers that are all throughout. Those routes that they said that they offered as a reroute around that, there's no way to negotiate. There's no way to negotiate that, because if you choose one route, it crosses 10 aquifers, or water ports or whatever. I can't remember the word, and then if you choose the longer route that goes farther away from the quarry, it crosses like 32 waterways. So we want it away from the quarry. We don't want it at all, but we're kind of in a dilemma, because if we're close, we only cross so many waterways. But then if it's farther away, it crosses more waterways, so more water is affected. It's a heck of a conundrum, and I really feel like, I know Arvel has talked about a buffer zone, not just taking more responsibility for the quarry, but creating a buffer zone that protects not just the stone, but the waterways around that too. So, hechet.
Big watch for that, yeah. And I believe I heard him talking about, our chief talking about making pipestone the equivalent protection as like eagle feathers. So thank you for that. So are there any other questions? Thank you.
It's
Again, that was Lisa Bellinger. She's the chair for AIM and working to protect our sacred stone. Our next presenter, his name is Damian Stedman. He's a Pitt River Medici band member, and he's here to share the protection of the Medicine Lake Highlands. So once again, this is Damian Stedman. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Damian. Tashunka Sapa Gleshka Milo. I'm here to talk to you today about what's going on in Northern California in Pitt River Country in the Medici Band area. It's the foothills of Mount Shasta, and in those foothills there's a lake called Medicine Lake. And long time ago, the only people who were allowed to go to that place were our medicine people. And it's said that they would go on vision quests there, and they would go sit on a hill in front of the lake. And they would wait there, and when the Creator come, he would come in the form of a whirlwind. And when that whirlwind would come, it would come down on the water, and when it came, they knew that it was time for them to run down there as fast as they could and go dive in the water with that whirlwind, and that whirlwind would take them somewhere. Now, the kind of men that did these things, they trained those ways since they were young. And on that land, we had series of ponds that went way up the mountain. There'd be a pond down below. And then way up higher, there'd be another pond. And up higher than that, there would be another pond. And since they're young, they had to run up these hills, and they would have to carry a rock with them when they were running up their trails to build their stamina. And they would have to drop that rock and swim to the other side of first pond, and on the other side they'd pick up another big rock and carry that way up the hill, and they'd keep doing that all the way up to train for these things. And so the Medicine Lake area is a very sacred place. We're not allowed to go there, only these people who are training to do these things. And it turns out that the Medicine Lake, it's not very big. It's not very many acres in size, but underneath is one of the biggest water cauldrons in North America. And it holds a lot of fresh water, and it's geothermal. And the Corps of Engineers wanted to give permits to allow for geothermal electricity to be supplied out of that lake. And I'm not sure how long that's been going on, but it's been going on at least since the days of my uncle Floyd Buckskin, who was a big fighter of that situation happening, and he was able to fend it off for many, many years. He fought for our land. And that went on like that for a long time. And recently, over the last decade, they tried to make some decisions and really push for it. And our people were able to band together, and so it took them 10 years to be able to get the Medicine Lake Highlands put into a monument status. And they fought very hard to get that protection put in place. And it was a very difficult thing for them to accomplish. A lot of years of work went into it, and a lot of communication with government officials, and lots of hard work. But last year they finally got it put into national monument status. And it's always our fear that those statuses from certain administrations, that those kinds of titles can be stripped from an area and they can move back in. And so we just got to keep fighting for our homelands. That's right. and so that, huh? Huh? And it's just something that we need to continue to do as Native people, is continue to fight. My uncle Radley Davis is the one who's taken it up most recently, him and his wife Brandy. And they've done a really good job of getting that land secured into monument status. And I'm sure that he would appreciate me standing up here and talking about it, and World Peace and Prayer Day. And so that our little voice in Pitt River Country can continue to be heard. Because the last thing that any of us want is for the government to be able to strip us of something that is going to protect a place that has meant so much to my people for thousands of years. And not only that, I mean, the government has already taken plenty from my little valley, where I come from, the place where the river bends, and now they call it the Pitt River. But that's where my people were, is down there on this river. And in the 70s and 80s, the PG&E stepped in and put a series of dams in for electricity. And that stopped the salmon from being able to run in our area anymore. And now our river is slimy, and it's polluted, and it's not a place that is fun to go to anymore. And there's no salmon, and the salmon to my people were our lifeblood. That was our food source, just like the buffalo was to the Lakotas. That's what gave us life. And we're just really, that's something that I want to bring to the attention of Native American and to the world in general. So the Corps of Engineers put these dams into historical status. And what that means once they get into historical status in California is that they can never be taken down, ever. And they're not even producing the electricity that is required of a dam. So they're obsolete. But instead of them having to pay the money to go through and take all these dams down, they just are allowed a loophole to put it into historical status, so they can never be taken down. They can never be touched. They're some kind of a historical monument now. And all they do is ruin our waterways. And that's something that when I was there, that really, really hurt me. And it really affects our people. And those are things that need to change. Like, those are things that we need to fight for. And there's so many other issues in Native country that need fought for just like that. And we just need more people to get behind those fights. We need to come together more in these individual areas. All the people need to be fighting for these things. But it's so difficult when our people are out in the world dealing with alcohol and drugs, and dealing with having to go through turmoil in their family. And we all know what I'm talking about. We've all seen those things, and we need to be able to heal our people in a good way. We all need to be able to come back to our traditions and our ways and our languages, and in order for us to be healthy again. And so that we can continue to fight for the land, and so we can continue to fight for each other. My uncle Floyd Buckskin told me a story, and it's about a bonica, which is a Pitt River word, for butterfly man or moth man, they call it. And so many of us are related, and this is one of those stories about how my people are related to Pacific Islanders. And so the story is that a big wave come in the Hawaii area, and it picked people up from those islands, and a big wave brought them all the way to the coast of California. And down by the San Francisco area, particularly, is where they talked about. And when they came ashore, the people down there, they said, we need to try to get back to our home. And they didn't know what to do or where to go. And the people, they said, you're volcano people. And see that mountain up north? If you go up there, there's people up there who know and who are going to have answers for you. And they're talking about my people, Madesi people. And it's a long ways, probably 200 miles. And so, but they just headed north, and they didn't stop until they got to my area. And when they were there, they talked to some of the spiritual leaders up there, and the spiritual leaders said, we're going to send this Abonaka with you, and he's going to show you the way. He's going to show you the way home. And he's going to lead you to the place where you're going to get on this bridge that's going to take you back to the islands. And that when you get on this bridge, that you can't look back. If you look back, you're going to get stuck there and you won't be able to come home. And so they did that. And it was a long journey for them because they just had to turn right around and go back down to where they came ashore. But they did it. And when they got down there, Abonaka told them, those people, that this is the Rainbow Bridge, they called it. And you could see through it, but you could walk on it. And as long as you look forward and don't stop, it'll take you right back to where your home is. And so they were happy. And before they left, they had a celebration. And when they left, it was hard for them to leave because they'd become such good friends and relatives to these people that were there. But some of them did look back. And some of them did get stuck where I'm from. And so, and we kept them, and they were integrated into my people. And so that's how I'm related, and I know that I'm related to island people. And I'm sure that if we really dug deep into a lot of our Native American history, that a lot of these same kinds of stories, trade routes all across America relate all of us. And a funny thing is that my Uncle Radley, he told me after we danced once, that my people have a run that goes from Mount Shasta to Mount Lassen every year. And that's something that we did traditionally. We ran from volcano to volcano. And we still do that now. And some Hawaiians came over and they wanted to share in our run. And we became good friends with them. And now Hawaii has a run around the Big Island. My uncle went over there and he told this story to them. And how he tells it is that he asked if he could tell a story. And the young man said, you have to wait until our elders get here so they can hear it too. And he said it was a couple of days before the elders were there. And so they all sat down and gave them his full attention. And he told this story. And the elders looked at the young man who was sort of the host and didn't say nothing. And it left my uncle confused about what was going on. And the next day, the elders there, they said that we want you to come to this place with us. And this place has been bombed out from Pearl Harbor, and there's still live ordnance where they were. So if you can imagine that there's still this temple that's there, that every bomb missed, that temple is still there. And they took them, the people knew their route through this way, and they brought them to this temple. And there's a brother and a sister who they live there, and they're in charge of keeping all the history from the Hawaiian people at that place. And it's very secretive, and you only get to go there if you're invited with elders. And so they went there, and he told them this story again to all those elders, and the whole crowd was astonished by it because they have the same story in their history. And so it just keeps proving to me that we're all related. And it's such a beautiful thing for me to be able to talk with my uncle about, because it's just very special, all the way that indigenous people are on this continent. And if we can just find a way to dig deep into our cultures and to bring these things back again, I know that we can all be healthy again. And I know that we can all heal from our turmoils and all the things that we went through. And it's been such a sad time these last 100, 200, 300 years. And it's been such a hardship on our culture and on our children. You see it today. But if we can just grow as healthy indigenous people again, I know that we can fight harder for our places and fight harder for our homelands. And so that's what I encourage all of you to do, is to share time with your young people. If you know even a small story, go tell them. Go tell them your stories. Go share your language with them. Go allow them to be part of who you are. Bring them into your ceremonies. And that means that you need to attend those things too. And so that way we can all learn how to be strong again in a good way. Hechitulo.
Thank you so much for sharing. We are going to be closing the day. And I'm going to invite my dad, Orville, up and his headsman to do a closing prayer.
We warned that someday you would not be able to control what you have created, and that day is here. Metakepi, ampetukele, ohinajipi, Nukhachmaka sitomnia hechana uhinajipincha. Uchimakakilewaka nache apetukile chethunkashila wakantaka yuashte namakak neche oyate hina lechakchuglinajipi. It's the highest honor to be here to speak with my brothers and sisters. We are the spiritual medicine people. And Uchimaka, Mother Earth, is sick and has a fever. We know that we are up against a lot in this world. Seems like we're always the front lines all the time because we protect the sacred. We follow spirit when we know that we always have to be humble under the Creator. The pipestone that they talk about, it's only 11 inches. And there's a law, man-made law that was passed about the eagle feather law. And I wish someday they would add on the red pipestone, because this red pipestone When it disappears, that's the end of our people way of life. So we know that we have a lot of work to do ahead of us. But as the founder of World Peace and Prayer Day, no, we are inviting, we are putting a word out that Mother Earth is speaking to us through the white animals, the white buffalo calf. The white animals are being born all over the world. And there's white buffalo calf being born in Janesville, Wisconsin, and Yellowstone. Why are these white buffalo calves being born in our generation? Why is the white animals being born in our generation? Because Mother Earth is speaking to us right now. Follow your spirit. Because the spirit, we know we have to honor and respect. So I really honor all of you that are speaking today. We know that there's many people are lighting their sacred fire all over the world today as we lit our sacred fire here for 4 days, because the spirit of the fire is sacred. Waka. It's beneath the earth. And if we don't respect spirit, no things could go wrong. We know that in every nation, they talk about love and compassion and respect. And they talk about peace. Ola kota. Ola kota gunachi kimoni pi achamakak necha kimoni pi. We know that we always have to find peace in our hearts. And we do a lot of ceremonies. It's always about peace. In fact, that Lakota means peace. Lakota Dakota means peace. And I know that every nation, every sacred hills, mountain, rivers were named like a sacred place. It has a sacred name. So I'd like to say that today, it's a beautiful day to stand up for Mother Earth. It's a beautiful day to stand up with our brothers and sisters in the front lines protecting Mother Earth. And I know that a lot of you came to Standing Rock or Pipestone, the Black Hills, the heart of Mother Earth. And we came from there on this Turtle Island, North America. This is Turtle Island. And the turtle has a heart. And that's where we come from. So I want to say, Wopila, thank you very much to make that journey. Because when you start that journey, that sacred journey, they say, you can't stop. I say, I can't do this. Because in our spiritual way, you're talking to the Creator, and you're talking to Chimaka, and you're talking to the people. May Great Spirit bless each and every one of you and the nations as we stand up for Uchimaka today. Wopilatkanka, Hoachatu. Thank you very much. Hope. Blessings, greetings, Metakie Oyasi. We are here 40 miles west of Edmonton, Paul's First Nations. It's a great honor. It's the highest honors to be with our relatives, spiritual people of the world. This is World Peace and Prayer Day 2025, and I say to each and every one of you that Mother Earth, we call Uchimaka, is speaking to us through the white animals. And we're so honored that the message went out all over the world and people heard the message. We are in a very crucial time in history when Mother Earth, Uchimaka, is sick and has a fever. That Mother Earth is a source of life, not a resource. This year, we'll come together because the message of the white buffalo that been born in Janesville, Wisconsin, 2004, and this past year, another one was born in Yellowstone. And we call that, through our ceremonies, we named that white buffalo Wakangli. Mitakepi, apetukile, echamakak na chukoya pinka, and asha wamakashka oyateki, and waka and hoyapi, shake, waleho najipinka, and tiwayo kithapi, and takueche otechika akiphapi. We have come into a time when these white buffalo animals have showed their sacred color. And through our ceremonies, our message is loud and clear that no matter where you are, that the Spirit is calling you to step forward, to stand up with us. We are faced with global disasters. We are at the crossroads. And we're faced with volcanoes. We're faced with earthquakes, a lot of sicknesses and viruses. There's a lot of messages, prophecies come together today. We honor all of them. We have traveled different countries for 30 years because from our ceremonies and our dreams, no matter where you go, the spiritual people in their territories today, they're standing with us again, lighting their sacred fire, like here we did here in Paul's First Nations. We travel on horseback, running, or walking to deliver the message, to unite our people in prayer, because the old ones, they remind us that when we come together, now you listen to the elders of ceremonies, and that is happening right now. In the past, a lot of abuse has come to our sacred lands, and we are standing up right now with the world leaders to bring attention to our sacred way of life. But we know that all the people in the world leaders, different people of the world are coming together to pray for peace. Because in our spiritual ways, and even the people that do ceremonies and prayers in the church, and no matter where you go, the people always pray for peace. This is who we are, maintaining our ways and respecting each other's way of prayer. But right now is a very important time right now. We know what has happened in the past. We know what is happening right now. And we know what's going to happen in the future. I say that through our ways that we need to respect, honor the sacred. We warn that someday you would not be able to control what you have created. And that day is here, where we need to stand together, to stand and unite as nations all over the world. Just recently, we went to South Korea and North Korea. They came together at a place, a big place where they have the World Peace Gathering. Over 200 religious leaders have come together. Many people came together believing in peace. We as spiritual people, we stood together with them because we're living in a time of prophecies, and we share this with the people because when the people lead, they say that spiritual people listen. And the animals are calling us together right now. So it's our responsibilities, our duties today. We want to pray with each and every one of you. So those people that are lost, that we ask you to come to the sacred fires because the Spirit is calling us. Thank you very much. I hope. Makakanocha utehika hechawa de chanupawa wakacha he ukahipi. Shakoi hina wacheke ucheta ha hochuka hina ucheta ahipi. Hepta sawi he wati hina uchake kina ha
Allied air forces began an attack on military targets in Iraq.
If the war is going to start, disasters in the region will take place. The hurricane is located about 40 miles due east of Miami.
This is total devastation. Still dark outside when the earthquake struck. Destruction everywhere.
All of this is connected.
Among Native Americans, a sacred story has been passed down for generations about a holy woman who taught them to pray and promised them prophecy at the birth of a white buffalo.
Rare living symbol of unity and understanding.
Only 1 in 10 million buffalo are white.
An animal rich in the lore of Native Americans and sacred to many tribes.
It's a sign of change to the world.
My name is Chief Orville Looking Horse, 19th generation keeper of the sacred pipe, Lakota, Dakota, Nakota, Sioux Nation.
Orville, as the 19th generation keeper of the sacred pipe, he is to us what the Pope is to the Catholic people. He is to us what the Dalai Lama is to the Tibetan people, what Muhammad is to the Muslim people. What his entire life is committed to is caring for the pipe, the intent of the pipe, and as the spiritual keeper of those sacred rites and ceremonies that were brought to us by the white buffalo calf woman.
Many nations have sacred objects. For us, the sacred pipe is the center of our nation, was a tool for us to pray with, to the Great Spirit. When I was 12 years old, my grandmother on her deathbed, she said, my grandchild is going to be the keeper of the sacred pipe. But if the people don't straighten up, that you will be the last bundle keeper. As a young boy, I thought I knew a lot. I was going to high school and living with my father and my mother. They were both bronc riders. And my mother, she breaks horses. My father, he was a bareback rider, going to rodeos. And I want to be one of those guys. I want to sing at a powwow and rodeo like everybody else. So I did eventually join the rodeos in our community and our reservations. But I was scared of horses. I rode Great Plains, SDRA, South Dakota rodeos. It took me a while, but eventually I got into professional rodeo. And that was my goal, to ride with the top cowboys of the world. I was rodeoing like 36 to 38 rodeos a year. I just had a feeling that something was going to happen. I got on a horse, and when they opened that gate, that horse went straight up in the air and it took a flip backwards and came up top of me, and then both my knees, I can just still feel that. And that's all I remember. They took me to the hospital. And the doctor said that, he's paralyzed neck on down. It was a matter of time. And I was helpless. I cried in my heart. I saw my relatives the next morning at daybreak. I knew they were standing there waiting for me. That phone rang and they held that phone to my ear. I knew that it was the spirit grandmother, the white buffalo calf woman. And she told me, well, you did this to yourself. You're supposed to be helping the people. The grandmother really chewed me out and said, we're going to give your life back. There's a hard time coming. And now you're going to stand with the people. You're going to walk. Within 4 days, I got my feelings back. It was so beautiful just to walk. And I told myself, I'm going to give thanks all the time from here on. They gave my life back to help the people. I don't care if it's a small group of people or thousands of people. I'm going to pray for world peace and global healing. I grew up in a very short time here, and now I am a world leader carrying the message of the white buffalo. The prophecy of mending the sacred hoop. Stand together. That sacred hoop of the nation was broken at Wounded Knee. We have a long history of war over protecting our territory. Sitting Bull, Crazy Horse. Everything started after Little Bighorn. We signed a treaty with the U.S. government over 100 years ago. It was broken at Wounded Knee, 1890. Bigfoot, he's my great-great-grandfather. We're survivors of Holocaust, massacres, in the name of progress. Put our people on concentration camps. It's called a reservation, but back then it was a concentration camp. The military came and took our children, 5, 6 years old. If you don't let go of your children, you shot your children right in your arms. So much abuse. We rode horseback from the 80s till 1990. We did a ceremony, and we prayed that there would be no more wounded knees throughout the world. But the way things are going, and the things that we are doing right now, well, it's not that way. Mother Earth, she has a fever. Man has gone too far. Disrespect everything. Sacred sites been destroyed. Eagles are flying into trash pits. When I go outside our community into the world, this is a strange world that can't succeed. But right now at home, the Native American people, they're gathering to stand up to stop the pipeline. The elders talk about the black snake, where the black snake will be going on top of the earth, and that's when we'll be faced with global disaster. The Native American people believe that the black snake is the pipeline. We have come to a time and a place of great urgency. Even scientists are saying that we are at the point of no return. People are so spiritually disconnected. We need to reconnect with spirit. Mother Earth is a spirit. Mother Earth is a source of life, not a resource. We are at the crossroads, but there is hope. I have been campaigning to United Nations to declare June 21st as World Peace and Prayer Day, or Honor Sacred Sites Day. Sacred sites all over the world must be protected. On June 21st, we're asking people all over the world to pray with us. We can create an energy shift, and that's what needs to happen to heal Mother Earth. 1994, the first white buffalo was born. It was like a needle in a haystack. A message to the world. We need to heal together, survive together, come together. There's no one person higher than the other. There's no one nation higher than the other. We are at the crossroads, either be faced with chaos, disasters, tears from our relatives' eyes, or we can unite spiritually. All nations, all faiths, one prayer.
Haumi takiapi. My name's Wakan Wahokpiwi. I will be your MC for the day. I would like to present our first presenter. His name is Francois Paulette. He comes from the, He comes from the Smith's Landing Treaty 8 First Nation and the founding member of the Dene Cultural Institute. He's here to present about climate change and what's left. So I'd like to introduce Paulette Francois.
Salatina. That's my language, Denisontina. What I said, all my relations. I come from the far north. For many of you, you probably think it's very cold, but it's not. I want to share with you what is going on in the world, what is going on here, what is going on in our homeland in the north. Before the doctrine of discovery, we have been warned of the events that are to be here. We have prophecies that has brought us here, and tomorrow, what is going to take place? When I was 21-year-old, I became the leader, the chief of my tribe. I want to say that one of my first responsibilities is to protect the tribe, the womankind, and more so, Mother Earth. Not to abuse Mother Earth. I, 21 years old, we filed this huge court case in the north. It's called the Caveat Paulette case. We won that major court battle. This forced the Canadian government to recognize that there is such a thing, in their words, as Aboriginal rights and titles. There was 26 of us chiefs. I am the last remaining chief. The next battle was they wanted to build a Mackenzie gas pipeline from way in the north all the way down here. The 34 tribal groups in the north, we took offense to that. In a 2-year time, we challenged that they could not do that. Not in our homeland, not in the foreseeable future. In 1977, the oil companies walked away from that. I was in that battle. Not soon after, the next battle, they wanted to dam the beautiful river that I live by. This river that has sustained us for thousands and thousands of years. So I took that challenge. 3 times, non-Dene people, white people, wanted to dam the river so they can have energy 2,000 megawatts. All 3 of them, we won the challenge. They walked away from it. These protecting the earth was the most important thing that I could have done, along with those other chiefs. Because water is life. Water is the center of all life. And that was important for us to protect that river. In that river, there is 21 species of fish. I have relatives here that come from the east arm of Great Slave Lake. That lake and the east arm, a beautiful water. You still can drink that water with a cup and drink it. But that's not going to last forever. So, my friends, water has now been contaminated by the tar sands. I'm not going to talk about the tar sands. The lady before yesterday talked about it. And the water on the river is the lowest we have ever seen. I just wanted to show you a clip of what's happening in our homeland, on the river.
My name is Lord Cheesy. This is my territory. I never seen the water level this low before, where the fish couldn't even go upstream. When I was young, we couldn't cross this little stream right here we got now, which is not wide. It's about 20 feet wide now. But in the old days, it was maybe 100 feet wide. Some places.
I'm Jane Dragon. I moved to Fort Smith when I was 9, so I've been here for 70 years. And I had never seen a river like that. This is the first time. The world is changing lots with us. I don't know how we'll be when you're my age. All the delta had dried up. The birds not go in there anymore because it's all dried up.
Well, there's less of everything. There's less buffaloes, less caribou, less moose.
It's never been this low. Now then, the ice is stuck to the mud, and it's never been like that. Pretty soon we'll walk across.
I am standing on the shore of the Dog River, but in a normal year, this would be underwater. The water would be up over here. But this is pitiful.
There's a lot of concern amongst Native people because we're downstream from all these industries, especially the dams on the Peace River and the tailing ponds from Fort Mac. They use up all the water before it gets here, and they pollute it also.
Without water, we won't live that long. You know, it's very important. And polluting it, it's even worse.
Everything is in danger. Everything is, all these fish, the four-legged animals, birds, they're all impacted, not just humans. But humans is the biggest cause of this climate change, is global warming. And to be honest, they don't really care. They don't care. They could build all the pipelines they want, open up all the bitumen mines, the tar sand, so what? All they want to do is make money. But while they're doing that, this beautiful land is being destroyed. So there is no balance in what's happening between the environment, Mother Earth, and the people that want to continue to destroy the land by tar sands, by industrial development. There's no balance. It's out of balance. We are in an emergency situation. Canada needs to adopt emergency measures and declaring that there's impact through climate change on the environment.
If they built another dam, you know, they're talking about it. And I think that one will finish us off.
So what we're going to do if we ran out of water? Well, we can't make water. It's got to rain before we have any water. And it's a shame that money is more important than water. I mean, you couldn't live on money. You couldn't buy water if there's no water. They don't do anything. They don't try and do anything. They don't even go public about how low the water is. They can't go against the big industry like the BC dams. But we can. We will fight the dams all the way. And the tar sands also. We haven't given up, just laying low.
In the north, the country is vast. This river flows from the ice fields and the mountains. It goes all the way to the Arctic Ocean. I was with a group of elders that worked and advised Western doctors about traditional practices of medicine and protocols. And one of the things that kept coming up was cancer. Why is there so much cancer along the river system? So we asked the doctor to give us an analysis of what types of cancer was there. 2 3 weeks later, they came back, and the elders pretty much figured it out. Here, nationally in Canada, stomach cancer is the third highest. For some unknown reason, in the north, it's the highest. And we asked the doctor, where is this coming from? They only can point to the environment. Because the water has been impacted all the way to the Mackenzie. Right today, you cannot navigate the Mackenzie River. The ships that normally would go up the river to supply the communities, you cannot do that. You either have to fly it in, and it's hard on the communities. And because of the tar sands, forest fires, wildfires, there are a lot of people that have respiratory problems. And people are dying of respiratory problems. Unlike down here, there's only 33 villages, First Nations up in the north, Yellowknife being the biggest. So we are confronted with challenges. But as people in the north, we had to stay together. The chiefs, the leaders, if one of the chiefs defected from their responsibility of protecting Earth, the white man knows that, and he sees that, and he takes advantage of that. So far, in the north, we have a reasonable, clean environment. We do not get into a fossil fuel industry. We do not do that. Because we know that fossil fuel is the #1 damage globally to Mother Earth. So the other big event that's taking place is wildfires. Wildfires all come from the warming, the heat. In the spring, there is a continuous wind from the east. The wind from the east is unusual in the spring. It dries up the country faster, evaporates the snow faster than the sun can melt the snow. So it's creating problems for the people. Next slide. This slide here is, we do ceremonies, what we call feeding the fire ceremony. The forestry departments, 3 of them, one from Alberta, one for the Northwest Territories, and the park, Wood Buffalo Park, ask the chief, who is my son, says, is there a ceremony we can do so we can protect and defend how we're going to live with fire? Yes, and we have that. So feeding of the fire ceremony took place. Feeding of the fire ceremony is we're asking the ancestors, the old people, the holy people, to intervene in these huge fires that were around us. So we make offering, tobacco offering, And the woman's part is the food. We have a feast, and we have food that is also fed to the fire. We do this most of the time, if we can do all of the time. So this feeding of the fire ceremony is everyone can be part of it, including Hoskana. Hoskana means the visitors that come to our country. And all of these people, by the end of the ceremony, there were 300 firefighters. And they took part in this ceremony. They've never engaged in a ceremony. And I witnessed some of the people crying that for the first time, that they realized that a fire is a living spirit, and we need to know how to live with it. So tears came down. It is for us in the North, protecting the earth, the water, is the biggest part of our life. I have 5 boys, 2 daughters. I got 12 grandchildren. 6 boys, 6 beautiful grandgirls. And they look at me and they say to me, they have 2 words to identify me, Mushum and Setsia. And I'm always constantly telling them stories, reminding them who they are, their responsibility, because we live out in the bush. I don't live in town. I live by the big river. And the world that we know it as is shrinking. I come from the Buffalo Nation country. I've been with the buffalo since I've ever known it. They are on the decline. The caribous to the north, to where my relatives live, the caribou are on the decline. All of these are all sources of life for us. And we have ceremonies to involve the Buffalo Nation, to really understand nature, Mother Earth, all the living things, including those mosquitoes that harass us right now. They are part of the living world. And my grandchildren, I try to instill hope. That there is a way, if we stay together, if we follow the prophecies. I will share a prophecy with you. Where I come from, the Buffalo Nation are moving north. They're way up in the Yellowknife area. That's quite a ways. The other musk ox, he's a smaller version of the buffalo. He's about this big. He is moving south. The people that prophesied, he said, in the future, when the buffalo and the muskox come together, there is going to be some upheaval in our lives and in the world. The muskox are close to where I live. Practically, they're close to the buffalo. They're going to be coming together soon. And I fear for what is going to happen. They also say that people from the south, from the deep south, they are going to start to move north. And that's happening. Because they said a long time ago, Great Hotina, stone people, they're going to come in our country. That's before the treaties, Treaty 8 and 11. That they're going to come for two things. Te Samba, that's gold. The other one, Clistora, oil. They're going to make their money and they're going to leave. But when the tough times come, they are going to return, this time crying. They are looking for two things, water and food. And again, it's our responsibility. We must have compassion for these people that have been doing wrong to themselves, to Mother Earth. The doctrine of discovery, over 500 years ago, their whole thinking, their whole philosophy, their whole belief system is based on controlling and having dominion over all living things. And that means everything, including us people. So, right now, we are preparing. This summer, I'm going to be building a food shelter, food security, because we are asked to do that by prophets, by the holy people, to prepare. They tell us we must put food aside for up to 2 years. Up to 2 years. So, that is what I'm doing. And other people are starting to recognize that these prophecies are coming true. It is we are in a difficult time. You have a man in the South and in the States, the elevator doesn't go all the way to the top on this man. Simple as that. His life is different. And he is doing what he has to do. So I want just to say that bringing hope to the grandchildren, that we must learn to go back to the bush. My tribe that I belong to, we have camps one in the spring, one in the fall, one in the winter, where we bring the young people together to teach them about the bush, of how to fillet fish, of how to skin out a moose, of how to make dry meat. We have these camps because all of our lives is to live with Mother Earth. We cannot abuse her. I've learned that way since I was a young chief. Before that, I'm a trained tracker. I'm a hunter. My father taught me those skills to be a tracker. But now I'm getting old. I cannot even track my wife where she goes to. Yes. She outsmarts me all the time. Yeah, it's a. So in the north, Treaty 8, Treaty 11, if the oil companies, resource people want to come in and destroy the earth, they have a hell of a time to do that. Because the Paulette case stands on a road of them. It's a legal case. And there is, for the first time in 73, the government of the day, 1973, recognized there is such a thing as rights that Indian people have, First Nations. So do not be afraid. Here, you're in Treaty 6, and the North, Treaty 8, Saskatchewan, Treaty 8, BC, Treaty 8, and the North, Treaty 8, and Treaty 11. In the North and the Treaty 8 area, we have over 450,000 square miles of land. So no resource people can just go in there and do what they want to do. Those days are over. So when I travel nationally in the world, not too long ago I was amongst Islam country, Qatar. I was in Doha because people are looking for a spiritual way of life. In Doha, Islam people, there's 1,200 of them at this conference. And I'm talking to them the way I'm talking to you. Because their belief system is similar, but they are distracted by fossil fuel. The wars are raging. It's all got to do with fossil fuel. When I traveled the Scandinavian countries, same thing. They're looking for a reason of how to be a spiritual person. I traveled to South Africa or Africa, the same story. They're looking for a way of life that you may have put aside. I'll tell you this crazy story. I took my wife to South Africa. By the way, my wife is a Mohawk. She is a midwife, Western traditional. We were at this place, and there was a tribal ceremony that took place for us. There you have a different thinking. They see me as a high chief, they say. High chief. How high? I don't know. Anyway, they were having a feast in our honor. And I was to start, the moderator came up to me. He says, Chief, medicine man, how many wives did you bring with you? I looked at my wife. And before I could say anything, he says, you see that man over there? Yeah. Him, he's got strong medicine. Very strong medicine. If you have strong medicine, you can have many wives. Him, he has 25 wives. I look at my wife, I said, I was born in the wrong country. Anyway, he says, that man has 52 children. Anyway, he comes back to me, okay, medicine man chief. He says, how many wives did you bring? Just one, that's her. And I said, I am not the one with the medicine, that's her. That throw him right off. So there's all different cultural systems in the world, and we have to adjust to it. We're not better than them, and we have to have patience. Having patience, tolerance, compassion is part of who we are as Denisotina people, as First Nations people. I try not to use the term indigenous, because it doesn't come from our language, it comes from somewhere else. Or Aboriginal, it comes from somewhere else. I say Denisotina. I am a Denisotina. I am part of this huge tribe. We have brothers in the South. They are Navajos and Apaches. We speak the similar language. White people say Athabascan, but we're Denisotina. We've been around since time immemorial. Our people say, no tana et thank a hutilile, janitil tiro. What they are saying is that our people traveled the stars before we came here. That's how far our history goes back. These star travelers that travel here, white people call them UFOs, but they're scared of the UFOs. But for us, they've been around. We call them star travelers. In our language, star travelers. So my friends, I encourage you, get ready, prepare, put food aside, and however way you're going to do it, for up to 2 years. I'm not the only one that says that. The people in the South, the Mohawk people, say that. So it's come a time, and I want to thank Orville and his wife for sharing their prophecies of their teachings and their learnings, because it's part of all of us. It is part of Mother Earth. And I want to thank you to listening to me. It's a short talk, but as a chief, I can speak for a long time, but I don't do that anymore. My son does that. He's the chief. So, Masi Cho, thank you so much, my dear friends. My talk is over.
Thank you. Once again, that was Francois Paulette. Our next presenter comes from the Mi'kmaq. She's a Mi'kmaq ceremonial leader from the LC Buktuk First Nation in New Brunswick. There you
go. Aho, Nogamadud, my friends, my relatives. I have to stand a little bit over here so I can see some of the slides. I'm from Elsipogtog First Nation in New Brunswick. I am part of the people of the dawn, the Wubben. Wubben means dawn. And I just want to kind of take you back a little bit before contact, that through prophecy, first of all, I called my presentation, We Are Still Here, irregardless of what was imposed upon us. And so you can start with the first slide. I don't know who okay. According to prophecy, our ancestors knew that many people were going to arrive on our shores. They knew, the light-skinned people were going to arrive first, our neighbors from across the Great Water. Before that time happened, our ancestors knew that there was going to be an onslaught on our ways, and our sacred objects, our sacred teachings had to be brought inland to be protected until it was time, until it was safe. So we experienced colonization and assimilation before our brother and sister tribes out west. When I was growing up, there was no evidence of the ceremonial part of our culture where I come from. And so there were no ceremonies. There was actually a bounty on our heads if we were caught practicing our ways. Before that, when they arrived, they gave our ancestors blankets infested with smallpox, the disease. Thousands of our people died from smallpox and the many diseases that were brought because we did not have any immunity. And so since that time, the first thing that we did, the first slide, okay, was we welcomed them to our shores. We offered them medicinal tea. We offered them food. They were dying of scurvy and rickets. Many didn't even make that long voyage. But we knew, we welcomed them. We shared our knowledge of how to live in this new land and how to survive the harsh winters. Then we agreed to share the land. We shared our food. We shared everything. And we didn't know that they were going to take over, try to take over the land. So we had prophecies, our prophecy of peace and friendship treaties, where 1752, where we agreed, nation to nation, to live in peace and friendship. We are still holding that part of the bargain, that part of the treaty. And one of the reasons why our treaties were so respected and are still respected to this day by our people is because with each treaty signed, there was ceremony involved. There was tobacco, like I'm holding in my hand. And when you accept that tobacco, not only are you making a commitment to that person that's offering you the tobacco, to do the best of your ability to honor what they're asking of you, you're also making a commitment to the Creator, and that is always. And then we have a treaty, the Watertown Treaty, that was signed in 1776 with the United States, with Massachusetts. So our people, the Mi'kmaq people, we have a treaty with the United States. They recognized us as a nation. We are citizens of both countries. And like I said, so they tried to take more and more and more. And eventually, you know, as they took more and more, they began to, next slide please. I'll just go like this and maybe you can do the next slide. They took our children, as was mentioned this morning. Our most sacred gift from the Creator are our children. Nothing else can compare. And so the Indian agents came, backed up by the RCMP, as they did with my father and my two uncles. My dad was 6 years old. They placed him in these places where there was abuse was rampant. On the side, there's a list, and on that list are experiments, the children that were used as experiment, names of children and ages, and they're known by a number. They didn't even use their first name, they used numbers. My dad, Sam Augustine, is on that list. They did nutritional experiments and medical experiments. And my uncle, John Peter, Uncle John, he's on that list. There's the school, that horrible school, Shubenacadie Indian Residential School, where they took our children. And to this day, all throughout the land, United States, Canada, North America, what we refer to as Turtle Island, we are still suffering those intergenerational traumas and abuses because we were never in there. They were never taught to be good parents. And they cut their hair. But I tell people, when I think about residential school, you can cut our hair, you can punish us for speaking our language, but you can never kill our spirit because we're still here. And so the next slide. These are the unmarked graves. The evidence was found of unmarked graves. It started with 225, and there's hundreds, and even over here, United States as well. Mass graves of innocent children that were killed, tortured. And so these are our sadnesses that our spirit we still carry, and we need to let go of that hurt. They tried to get rid of us in every which way. Again, we are still here. Next slide, please. This was in 1981. I was pregnant with my child, Moen, July of 1991. I was 8.5 months pregnant, and I went because in Listugush, it's a Mi'kmaq community. They were being attacked on the water. They chased the fishermen right into the water, the QPP and all the forces. They beat the men up in front of the women, and the women could not move. They came in with ride gear, and they froze the whole community. And so at that bridge, there's a Mi'kmaq young man from our community. He's paralyzed to this day because someone ran over him on purpose. But we're still here. The next slide. This was in Burn Church. This is where the DFO tried to run over our fishermen in the little boats. They said we were overfishing. And even now, the total fishing population in Canada The natives make up less than 1% of the total fishing population. We don't overfish. We've always been taught you only take what you need. And so they tried to kill them. They tried to run them over. We were on the land. We lit a sacred fire. And people were terrorized in the community. Elders, some of them had heart attacks. There was one point where they were underwater, the DFO, RCMP, the non-native fishermen, and they blocked off all the 3 entrances into the community by road. They blocked off the water. And I remember telling them, let's go to the water. My friend and I, Mi'kmaq, we went throughout the community. We had a bullhorn, and we told them in Mi'kmaq and in English, let's go pray by the water, because the spirit of the water will protect us. And that's what we did. Men, women, and children, people on wheelchairs. And we prayed with tobacco. And then shortly after, one road was open. And slowly, that sacred fire protected us. The fire that was gifted to us, all of us, by the Creator. And then the next slide. This was in Saulnierville, Nova Scotia. They were burning the native fishermen boats. I remember arriving there early in the morning, just before dawn. And I looked at the boats on the water. They looked like yachts with lights, fancy fishing boats. And our fishing boats looked like little tugboats compared to theirs. And they wouldn't let our fishermen go out past that stone wharf. But we stood there. You won't see me in there, but amongst that flag, I'm there praying. And I remind people, let's pray. The spirits of our ancestors will always watch over us. But we must never take it for granted. And while I'm on that note, I want to share with you a teaching from the late Albert Lightning Buffalo Child, who lived here in Hobime, Alberta. And he said, no matter what happens, he said, continue with the ceremonies. And another teaching he told us many times, that we as the first people, as the native people on this land, are still spiritually protected by the Creator. I will say it again. We as the native people of this land, Turtle Island, are still spiritually protected by the Creator. Don't ever forget that. Next slide. So they burnt the place where we stored the fish. I missed that, but it's okay. Right there on the top. There were 2 men inside. One man was so terrified he couldn't sleep for months after that because he was sleeping in there and they put the place on fire. He got out of there with his life. So these are some of the things that were imposed on us. Okay, now we'll go to the next slide. This is in our community of Elsipogtog, just a few miles, 10 minutes out of our community, a little place called Rexton. Our people stood up against fracking. They knew that there was going to be, that if the fracking continued, that it would ruin that water. Once it ruins that water table, it's gone forever. And we are told, when important decisions are to be made, we're to think 7 generations ahead. Not only how it's going to affect our children and our grandchildren, but our great-grandchildren, our great-great-grandchildren. So they knew they had to stand up for the water. And the local community realized, non-native community, they're not just standing up for their community, they're standing up for all of our water. And just back to that one slide, please. Just back. For the fracking there. There's the iconic picture. There's a young Mi'kmaq woman right here. And she's holding up her eagle feather. Look at all the forces in front of her to let them know this is all we have. We're not standing here with guns. We're not standing here with violence. We're here in prayer. And she held up her eagle feather. And that picture was captured. I know this young lady. I'm so proud of her. It's okay, it's the next one. I'm not used to speaking with pictures, but, and this is, now I want to talk about our ancestors. I've been working on repatriation since 1977. When the ancestors woke me up in the middle of the night, I was pregnant with my second child, and they asked for my help. And since that time, I have been heeding that call. Their remains were on a shelf in a museum, and they would have remained there forever And so that ancestor came to me, and he came 4 days in a row. And that's whose name I carry. My name is Thunderbird Turtle Woman. That turtle comes from an ancestor that lived almost 3,000 years ago. That's before Christ. That's who guides me. That's who protects me as I do this work. They had to teach me how to do a reburial ceremony. I do many different ceremonies. But our people didn't know how to do a reburial ceremony because no one ever dug up the dead. That's our ancestors. That's our bloodline. We carry, in our bloodline, we carry the DNA of the ones who went before us. They're the ones that guide us spiritually through our dreams, through our ceremonies. Every ceremony that we do, we call upon the spirits of our ancestors. So in this picture, it's okay, 2 minutes, okay. In this picture, I fought Harvard for 30 years, 3 decades, to get back our ancient ancestors that they tried every which way to hold back from us. But I never gave up because I know I had to be a voice for those ancestors. And after 30 years, 3 decades, Harvard opened its doors 9 o'clock in the morning. I was there at 8:30 in the morning to pick up those ancestors, around 6,500-year-old ancestors. And so we must never give up when we believe in something. And so the next slide. The next slide, please. These are some of the things that were buried with our dead. I don't usually show it, but they were so intricate. Imagine, over 6,000 years ago, such intricate knowledge that they had. Okay, next slide. I just want to touch on that. So I'm going to read this. The plundering, exploitation, and theft of our ancestors, sacred ceremonial items, and sacred places violate our basic human right as human beings. This practice was and still is used as a tool by the dominant culture to dehumanize us as a people. We, as Indigenous people, truly believe that the spirits of our ancestors watch over us. Every ceremony that we conduct is proof of that. When we raise our pipes to pray, it is they, the ancestors, that we ask for help. Now it is they, the ancestors, who need our help. When they take our ancestors and sacred items and put them in museums and collections all over the world, not only are they disrespecting the ones that went before us, but also the ones that are living today. Okay, next slide. And Honor Keeler works with me on international repatriation. I just had to include her name. Next slide, please. United Nations Declaration. It gives us that it's a bare minimum of how to respect the Indigenous people. Next slide, please. But not all is lost. When I see our children standing around a tree, back to that picture, please. Over here. Our children of our community, there were a lot of suicides in that area, and they went there to get a mask, a sacred mask. Those children were standing around that tree singing the honor song to honor the spirits of the trees. Then I know that they know how important it is to protect the environment. When they are drumming, that was outlawed, that was banned. My father could never do that. I could never do that as a child. So the children of El Subukduk, the spirit of trees and the spirit of the drum, it is so important. We are still here. And so I just want one last quote by the late Charlie Labrador, Mi'kmaq elder from Kejimkujik, Nova Scotia, where the petroglyphs are. 500 years ago, our ancestors were standing at the shoreline with our hands extended in friendship. Here we are, over 500 years later, we are still standing here with our hands extended in friendship. I am saying this to the world because the Indigenous people of this land, we have a lot to teach. We have a lot to teach. We love the land. We have morals and values that our ancestors carried. And so we will be guided. We are the dreamers. We are guided spiritually. I want to thank each and every one of you. I want to thank Chief Arvel Lookenhorst for following his vision 30 years ago, no matter how difficult it's been, going place to place to deliver this message. Because right now, Mother Earth, all of Mother Earth is in trouble. We all need to come together, to pray together, to respect one another. Walalio Sudnogama, all my relations. Aho.
Once again, that was Donna Augustine. Our next presenter's name is going to be Jackie Andrews. She comes from the Little Wat Nation. Her presentation is going to be on the birthing rock and land protection. So I'd like to introduce Jackie Andrews.
Inchesh Michalalush. My name is Huckleberry Eyes for my grandpa Alec Peters as a baby because my eyes looked like they were navy blue and looked big like huckleberries. My English name is Jackie Andrew from Lilwet Statlam. It's an honor to be here. And I just want to share my journey and my connection to this circle with other gatherings. This is my parents. My dad is Chief Leonard Andrew Lilwet, and my mom is Florence. She's a Peters. And I'm very honored to have my favorite aunt on my dad's side and my favorite uncle here, Franklin Andrew. He's very good friends, and he's ceremonied with Chief Orville Looking Horse for several years, long before we started to. And this has brought a journey with me and my family as well. And I just wanted to share some, as I speak, the journey of our people. We come from Lilwet Statlam in so-called British Columbia, which is unceded. Our people have the declaration of the Lillooet tribe that we signed, our ancestors signed in 1911. My father, Chief Leonard Andrew, and his two brothers, Uncle Frank and Uncle Fraser, as children were brought to our lake. And their elders spoke to them in our language and honed them to be a chief and spiritual leaders. And I didn't know this. I didn't know this until I was an adult. And another thing I didn't know was the bear medicine that my uncles prayed for. It's a Cookstum. My Uncle Frank and my late Uncle Fraser and our late Uncle Ernie Thavarge prayed for the bear medicine to return. They'd have bear sweats, and they wouldn't have a door on there. They would just have a little hole on the top, hundreds of rocks, couple hundred, several rocks. And they would do this, sometimes on their own, often on their own, because medicine people before them were taken away by the residential schools and colonization. And people call me a medicine woman, but I'm not. I'm not a true mechach dancer either, and I don't believe any of us are, but we're doing our best to bring the medicine, the bear medicine, back. So it's a really good teaching. I come from a very humble family where there's no sexism, there's no egos in spirituality. And that's my lesson with learning other ceremonies. When I go beyond my community in Statlam, when I travel across Turtle Island, some big lessons with sharing and learning other cultures. One thing that brought me to my people too was our roadblocks. And before that was our Statlam Declaration And because, as you heard before through Kanahus, that Statlium is unceded, our ancestors got together in 1911 and signed the Declaration of the Lillooet Tribe. And every year our people gather together in our 11 territories to remind each other what it is to be Statlium, and that this land is our inherent right and that we have to protect it. Our Lillooet people are really well known to protecting our land and our waterways. I was talking to our sister who just came up, Donna. I picked her up at the airport last night, and she was saying she heard our Lillooet songs during Oka. So Lillooet is also known as Mont Currie, and this is in the Pemberton area, and it's well known for skiing, snowboarding, biking. People come from all over the world in our territory because it also resides in Whistler. 3 million people visit Whistler every year. Every year, some of them just for the day, some of them overnight, but 3 million. There's a few thousand people in Pemberton, and we have about a couple thousand Lillooet. And a lot of lessons in our life through the roadblocks. We had a roadblock in 1975, and we had another one later in 1990. Our people have shared the Men's Warrior song, and we have, of course, our Women's Warrior song that we'll share later. We have our bear song. We have a grizzly bear song and a black bear song that comes from the Dan family. A lot of teachings. Also, what brought me to another circle, of course, many of us know about Standing Rock. I went there through my connections through my Uncle Frank, and because he's such close friends with Chief Orville, I just wanted to be of service, and I've met several people there. My friend River here, he goes, "Didn't I meet you at Standing Rock the other day?" And I'm like, oh my God. So it's very powerful connections that we'll never, ever forget. And we need to stand up. And that's something I've had to do recently. We have a birthing rock. That's what we call it, a birthing rock, but we don't know what our ancestors called it in our language. At least I don't know. During our ancestors' times, we'd have medicine men, medicine people that would be on the top of each mountain in our valley. And we have beautiful mountains, snow-topped mountains, beautiful valleys, rivers, lakes. That's what Lillooet is named after. And our people are known to fish. We live off the land. We respect the animal spirits. And we're just starting to, we have a group that I'm just starting to support is some of our elders. And I brought some of our students as a teacher up to our birthing rock, and we're protecting it. And I wrote a letter to the Pemberton and to our chief and council and to Porka Bikes because they were going to put a race on the birthing rock. And I was pretty upset by it. And I have so much documentation. I can't, I have some papers I can share emails. But part of that was that I told them that people could get hurt. It doesn't matter if you're Statlium, Lillooet, if you're non-native, if you come from somewhere else. If you're going to go to our sacred territories, you could get hurt unknowingly. And that's something I wrote in our emails to Porka Bikes. And one of the responses they put back on Facebook was like, "We understand that you're angry." And I'm like, I'm not angry. This is not anger. I've had another person say, "Oh, you're a radical." We're not a radical. We're protectors. We have a lot to teach, a lot to learn. I say I'm still a baby. And this is something that we're doing, though. So I just wanted to share. There's so much to share. We have a group of elders that I've shown pictures here that are formed a group. And they're called the Shkalakshtin Shkalanchut. And they wrote a letter to, because they're going to do development on this mountain, this sacred mountain. Not only are they bike racing it, and I did get them to stop racing around that sacred site. They put a little tiny fence, you know, those little rancher fences with wood. Any kid could step over it. I didn't think that was sufficient, and I told them this. And their response was that we're rerouting. We're still going ahead with the race on your mountain. We're just going to kind of reroute it. And I said, that's still unacceptable. And then they also said, well, we wrote a letter to your chief and council, and I wrote a letter to them, and I didn't hear back. So we still need to protect our lands and waterways. I like to call my family up here to help us sing the bear song. Somebody was requesting it. And there, like I said, there's so much more I could share here. And you can see some of the pictures of our ancestors. I met some new friends here from, well, some friends from Alaska, some friends from France, and I was teaching them about, we don't really go around and say we're from Canada. We say we're Lilwat Statlium, we're on Turtle Island. And some really good teachings there. So, you know, it's not me being angry, showing that Canadian flag with that fallen maple leaf on there. That's one of our warriors sharing that. So we're just going to share like one round of the bear song so that we know we have to be brief. Oh, this is my friend Manape too. He went to Standing Rock. He's loaning us his drum. Any other drums out there? We'll be brief, but part of this with the bear dance is that when they had a vision and the bear went up, they saw them across the river, and that's why they stood up like this, and then they're dancing. Kukshim. Kukshim Kalap. Again, this is my uncle, Franklin Andrew, my dad's brother. and my dad's younger sister, Cheryl, my cousin Leah Dan, and her sister Linda Dan. So, Kukshim Kuch. Sorry, it's so brief. We're on a time limit. No Indian time. Kukshim Kuch.
Once again, that was Jackie Andrews with the Little Wat Nation. Our next presenter is going to be a short video from Bomzik, from Serpent River First Nation. He's Ojibwe from the Fish Clan. The video is going to be about how the sacred laws guide us to protecting the earth.
Bojon din we magnaduk. Maz an apkin gego an abe indigenous. Can be guk shabigaj wat and donjapa, can oshe and do them. Nishnabe nini and dao. Nimkiaj bekong ninda. And gitchin and dum. Ya mom pee we gan on and guk. Gi ken man on ek going to come in and zinwan, ganok nige when on in. Mioja. Oasiwag. Gigowag. Benesiwag. Inchinachgaswag, can you go inchinachgade, Mom P, Nishnabikaking. Abadek we bescabing, and Shnabe also Niki and Doplanan Yabgidakim nan. Nishnabek Nigani wag, Wiji Magadam Wataju Bakmazwe. And Nishnabek Nakitamin. Kapaskabe and Doplanan Enwaying. Kapaskabe and Doplanan Ganitoying. Gin win Mon Pienchabayan. Going gay going gosh me going. Hello everybody, my name is Isaac Murdoch. I come from Serpent River First Nation. I'm the Fish Clan. I am happy to be here. I am from the Anishinaabe Nation, and I'm here to talk to you about our lands and waters. We know that right now the world is suffering. The people are suffering, the animals are suffering, lots of things are suffering. And right now the world needs medicine. The world needs to be inspired. Because really it's the human being that is the cause of all these problems. And so it's the human being that has to seek help. And one of the greatest things that we can do to help ourselves, of course, is to help the environment, to help Mother Earth. And that's so important. You know, many years ago, about maybe 8 years ago, me and some friends left to go live in the forest. And we moved north of my reservation. We went into the forest. And from there we went to focus on the rekindling of our language, our land-based practices, food sustainability, all these things. And as a result of that, because we reintroduced, our native population back into the forest, it started to have an ecological effect. From there we were able to, stop some of the spraying that was happening, the poisonous spraying that they do in forests. We around where we live, we stopped that from happening. We're able to stop logging from happening. We're able to stop, participate in the having them stop the nuclear waste depository that they wanted to do there. So just by us being on the land, being who we are as Indigenous people, we're able to stop a whole bunch of destruction from happening. And so sometimes the biggest actions that we can take is actually going on the land and being our true authentic self. Many years ago they always say that they talked about the Indian problem, but we were never a problem. We've always been part of the ecological solution. As a free people, we have our own education system, Kinamagawan. We have our own health system, our own, justice system. We have our own way of governance. We have our own constitution that's built into the laws of the land, already. We're not short of anything. We have everything. And so when we go back to the land, again, we're providing a remedy. We're medicine to the forests. We're medicine to the badlands. We're medicine to the hills and the plains. We're medicines to the water. We're all medicines when we get back out there and be our true authentic self. And so I guess my message is, let's be who we are. And let's strengthen our culture and our ways of knowing and being so that we're able to help the lands and waters that way. When we do that, we automatically are now included back into the ecosystem. As Anishinaabe people, we are an indigenous species of our ecosystem. We're all truly connected in a very powerful way. So for example, when we were trying to stop the logging in our territory, and we actually did stop logging in our territory, we had offerings and ceremonies, and we asked for prayers from the spirits, and that the land itself would be able to guide us. And it worked. It actually worked. Prayer works. Offerings work. For real. Daga we dakawashinang we bamadasiyang. We asked for help so that we can have a good life. So prayer is really important. When we pray, it goes out into the world. Our offerings carry that prayer for us, that smoke from our pipes. Offer that prayer for us, and it can go far into the hard to reach places. And with prayer, nothing is impossible. So I believe that, giving our offerings, Gudabagudnamagom, Sema, Minwa, Minanan, we offer this tobacco and berries or whatever we're offering. It's powerful. I do not give up hope on this world. Yes, I've heard the prophecies. Yes, I've heard the stories. Yes, I'm aware of the teachings of what the old people used to say. But they also said, never give up. Believe. And so with that, it's such an honor to be able to speak with the world peace movement that is happening here. And I want to thank, of course, all of the elders and the stewards that are making this possible. And my heart goes out to all of you that are watching. And, may good health find you. May a little bit of happiness creep into your life. And, that you have food, a little bit of food to eat. That's all we need. I hope that you find that. And if you're suffering, I pray that you get well. And so with that, on gitsin and dam, mampi, giganon and guk. It's been an honor to be able to speak with you. Bamapi, guabnanim minwa, and I will see you later. So thank you very much, everybody. Bye.
All right, that was Bomgizek from the Serpent River First Nation Ojibwe Fish Clan. Our next presenter is going to be via video as well. Her name is Wonia Locke. She's going to do a quick update on the DAPL.
Hamindakiapi, Chante Washtenape, Juzapi, Winia Machiapi, Iamuslata Hemataha. My name is Wonia Locke. I currently reside in Wakbala within Standing Rock. Currently, we are still fighting no DAPL. The Mini Wichoni water is life. I always like to acknowledge the ones that stood on the front lines, that stood on the riverbanks and prayed during one of the most difficult times of my life. And I always like to acknowledge the youth and the women that were the matriarchs of the movement that created and were steadfast in the movement. We are currently still fighting Dakota Access Pipeline. The Army Corps of Engineers still currently has jurisdiction. The easement for Dakota Access Pipeline was never granted by the Army Corps of Engineers. And so they made an announcement at the end of May that they weren't going to decide during the current Trump administration. With that being said, CRST is still in cooperative agreement. That Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe is still in cooperative agreement with the Army Corps of Engineers out of their original court ruling. And so that's a whole separate case that's pending right now. The other thing is Standing Rock Sioux Tribe also has litigation that's going on currently right now too. We're still steadfast. People ask how can they help with no DAPL, and the most important thing is to do divestment, knowing where your funding is at, knowing where your retirement, your life insurance, everything like that is at. And divestment is the key during this time, because this is how we can battle an existing pipeline like Dakota Access Pipeline. And the SES, it's a carbon capture pipeline that's following Dakota Access Pipeline. I'm really happy to announce that it was deadlocked in the state of South Dakota by South Dakota state legislation, and that was combined efforts of Dakota Real Action, IEN, and grassroots of Wppd, Wppd, and Standing Rock that advocated for the last 4 years to shut down SES pipeline that was following Dakota Access Pipeline. So I'm really thankful for that. So we're still fighting no DAPL, and we're still in taking every avenue and steps that we can. And so whatever infrastructure that you're facing within your home territory, that's how you fight no DAPL on our behalf. So if you have a uranium mine, or if you have a pipeline or a plant, or I'm talking chemical plants, or any type of fossil fuel infrastructure or extraction industry that's out there, including human trafficking, that's how you fight no DAPL on our behalf, is you protect the land and water where you're currently at. So with everything the way it is right now, like I said, everything is pending, and we're currently waiting to see which way the appellate court will go. And that's where we're currently at right now. The programs that came out of camp are really successful. There's the Mini Wichoni Nakiju Ze Wonspe. It's a student-led school, student-led based school, and it's a really incredible program. The students there are amazing and bright future leaders that are being formed right now. The other thing that came out was the Mini Wichoni Health Circle, and they're doing an amazing job at creating opportunities to heal, like healing the land through food sovereignty, healing our culture by revitalizing and reclaiming. So like they just did a buffalo harvest in Ishnatia, Wichalowampi, and they're just doing amazing things. So those are the positive aspects that came out of camp that are really successful right now. So we still continue to stand. We still encourage people to protect their land and water. And be sure to drink your water. Mini Wichoni, water is life. No DAPL. Shut down DAPL. Doksha.
Our next presenter is going to be a dual presentation. I would like to introduce Tala Tatsusis. She comes from the Plains Cree, Mohawk, and Nakota Sioux from Sturgeon Lakes First Nation in Saskatchewan. She is going to do a presentation on the numbers behind the silence, missing and murdered Indigenous women statistics and stories of healing. She is going to have a dual presentation with another presenter named Mulaney Stoneman. She's an enrolled member of the Sikanju Oyate Rosebud in South Dakota, representing the Sihanouk Scouts, of North Dakota and Braveheart Women's Society. She is a missing and murdered Indigenous women's family advocacy and grassroots searches. So I'd like to present them up to do their presentation.
Dan se nito dem Gakiao ni wagabantek, tawalinis yung gats wea tukwen uskwe ni hihuin. Bagi tao say in Otsinia, Treaty 6 territory. So my English name is Tala Tutusis, and I would really just like to say thank you to the organizers and everybody for doing this. And I'm going to do my best to present. And so I'm going to go through a quick slide right here that you'll see on the left. I don't know if you can see it very well, but I'll do my best. And it's really important to understand that when we're talking about missing and murdered Indigenous women, there are staggering statistics. And one of the biggest things that people don't take into consideration is how that is related to the extraction of resources of the earth, how it is related to poverty, how it is related to the fact that we are oppressed people and highly marginalized. These are big contributors. So you can't see it on the PowerPoint, but for those who are watching, a really good way to combat that would be to have proper governing systems of all that our people deal with, to have proper helpers in those places, to be able to create proper voice. Next slide. And so who are the missing and murdered Indigenous women movement? Well, mostly our grandmothers, their grandfathers, aunties, uncles, cousins, sisters, brothers, fathers, mothers, their nieces, their nephews, their relatives. They're mostly on the ground. And the movement is all over the Turtle Island, and people are just doing their best to trying to find a way to make a change. Next slide. And so the statistics, which I can't see right now, I apologize for that, but just to sum it up, they're disproportionate rates, meaning extremely staggering rates of Indigenous women, men, girls, boys go missing and get murdered, get kidnapped, and those legal cases do not get seen as often as non-Indigenous people. In Saskatchewan, Alberta, Manitoba, which are the statistics on the PowerPoint, it is basically 7.2 or 6.2 to 100,000. So majority of those people who've gone missing or who've been murdered between the year, I believe it is 2019 to 2021, it has been mostly Indigenous people. Next slide. And so this picture is of, I can't see. Oh, Gracie, her many horses. So I remember when I first started learning about MMIW, I read an article in the Lakota Times, and it was talking about a man camp. And I never understood the correlation, the similarities. How is missing and murdered Indigenous women movement connected to the extraction of resources and protecting the earth? Well, in almost all locations and territories of Indigenous land where there are extractions of resources, where there's logging, where there's fracking, there are higher rates of sexualized violence against Indigenous people. And when you come to an Indigenous community and you are non-Indigenous and you are not from that land, the legalities around that are most people have to be dealt with outside legal court systems, not within our own communities. It's a jurisdiction issue. So a lot of the times when people try to find out what's going on to our people, and it's done by other people, it gets lost in translation. So the cases go cold, or they get unsolved, or they just don't get dealt with. Gracie, her many horses, is quoted having had noticed a 4-year-old running away from a man camp, had been SA'd, sexually assaulted, seeing a teenage boy who had been sexually assaulted. These are things she saw as a retired Federal Bureau of Investigation agent. These are serious, serious issues because these are our communities where this is happening, where the extraction of resources are continuing. And not only extraction of resources, but they are, what is the word I should be using? Just a complete assault on our people, not only the land, but our women, our children, our men, our teenagers. Next slide. So this is a quick video, and we'll just skip the video because it's very long. But in Saskatchewan, Alberta, Manitoba, I think this is just Edmonton alone, there's intervention support that you can call a crisis number. And then there's also, families can get information about justice system, legal processes, updates, criminal investigations, court proceedings, fatality inquiries involving loved ones connected to missing and murdered Indigenous women of Canada. So there are some strategies to help by the government, but majority of it is not Indigenous-led, nor is it Indigenous-focused. And that's what's happening. That's one of our loopholes that we're struggling with. We'll just skip through the next slide and the next one. And then the next one, sorry. And keep going, yep. And so if we think about our calls to action, how are we going to address this? Next slide. I want you to look at these pictures. These are pictures from Sylvia McAdams' doctoral thesis, which hasn't been published yet. But they're topless, their dresses are short, they're tattooed, their breasts are showing. And if you have to ask yourself why they're dressed this way, do they look fully dressed? Are those from our tribes? I remember she showed us to this at our school. I'm a Master's of Indigenous Social Work student. I graduate next week. And part of our orientation was Sylvia McAdams' presentation. And what she shared with us was, prior to colonialism, we dressed according to climate. So in the Plains area, it was so warm that we dressed practically, meaning we were topless and our dresses were very short. We didn't have hypersexuality of our bodies because we didn't deal with hypersexuality. That was a part of the colonialism. That was part of the sexual abuse and sexual assault of the settlers and colonial contact. So when you look at that picture like this, I remember when I thought about this, I thought about modesty, I thought about traditional teachings of being told to cover up. I thought about being told that when sexual assault victims come forward, they're asked in the police report, what were you wearing? Were you drunk? These are victim-blaming statements. And it's the same thing if you think about consent and sovereignty of land. When we stand up and we say, you shouldn't dig here, you shouldn't pick this, they continually say that we made agreements allowing it to, which is not true, because lack of consent is not truth. And that is so important to understand how consent relates to everything. Next slide. So for me, I wanted to bring forth a story that I learned with ribbon skirts for myself, because I questioned when I seen pictures like this. It's a picture from like the 1800s or 1900s, black and white picture of women wearing dresses with ribbons on it. And a lot of people used that picture and would say things like, this is what we do, this is how we wear things, and we were modest and we covered up. But we never had a need for that. We had societies, we had protection, we had laws and discipline. And one of the greatest laws that we have is kinship. Next slide. And so how do we bring back the memory and the awareness of what we used to do, and how do we protect our land and protect our people? We have to remember stories like of Desawi, White Buffalo Calf woman. When those two scouts came, they thought of that woman inappropriately, and she was a sacred being. And she came to him and she opened up her robe and she closed it. And when she opened it up again, he became bones. And that story helped heal me as a sexual assault survivor to know that there was nothing I did to ask for that. And in the same way, when we learn to uplift our survivors, we start to talk about sovereignty and consent, we will start to understand how to protect our land and raise up more of our people so that they will understand how to protect their land. Because when you can't protect your own body, you will have a hard time advocating for the Earth's body. That is so important to understand. When you understand body autonomy, that you wouldn't dig in the earth without consent, without protocol, without tobacco, then you understand you won't touch another person's body without consent. They're not separated. Everything is interrelated and connected. Next slide. And so how do we create an awareness and change of this? Boundaries, kinship, protecting yourself, standing up for yourself. And next slide. And to end, I just want to say that I am so thankful for Paula and Orville and for the way that they carry themselves, and these grandmothers and these aunties, because this is what we need in order for us to address this. We need more kinship. Thank you.
Ampete Washte, Matakiapi, Chante Washte, Chuzapi. My name is Melanie Stoneman. I'm a Shichungu Lakota from Rosebud, South Dakota. I was asked by Paula in Orville to come and speak for World Peace and Prayer Day on the highlights of MMIW and something that's really dear to me. There's a lot of roles that we play in our societies, and I do a lot of work with the Braveheart Women's Society, and one of my roles is the spiritual food, our wasnas, and the buffalo. My role, I use every part of the buffalo. We do the buffalo songs and the ceremonies, and align ourselves as women to be the backbone of our nation, and try to revitalize, reawaken, and reseed our Ishnate coming of age ceremony, which is our part of our 7 sacred rites. And today I'm here on another behalf of Saunders Scouts of North Dakota. We have a search and rescue team, and I started volunteering with this organization since 2017, when my daughter Lacey was trafficked, missing and trafficked into the cities. And it was kind of my give back that I got my daughter back. She's back, but she's not the same. She always says that it broke her spirit. So, currently she's suffering from a lot of drugs and alcohol, and the things that happened to her wasn't very good for her. And currently, sorry, it's an emotional moment. Currently, she's on the run, and she's out there somewhere. So maybe she hears me and sees me and knows that I'm here to stand and tell her story, and all the other missing women and men and LGBTQ people. So that's where it is for me today. So we want to share this women's song, this Dakota women's song, as encouragement for all the families and the people who are currently suffering in this MMIW movement.
This is for all our women, and it's a song of encouragement, and the Dakota words are for all our people, our women, to get together and draw strength, to take courage from each other, from the universe, from Creator, and to draw on the relatives who come. And when relatives come, they bring peace and comfort and joy, and they share whatever burdens we have. It encourages the women to take that strength and use that courage, because our way of life is hard. So this song was given to me through prayer, and we always use that to encourage the women who need strength, because we all do. We all need strength in some way, and we can draw that from each other through prayer, keeping our minds together, standing together. And this is hard work that these ladies do, and I support them in every way that they work to help the women. When we were driving here, we were on the outskirts of Regina, and I had heard about this on the news, that one woman was camping by the landfill in Regina on the eastern side, where we kind of take a shortcut around the city. And I was really saddened. When we came on that road, there was a little tent on the side of the road by the road into the landfill, and she was sitting there by herself, asking for the landfill to be searched for the remains of her daughter. And I really, really felt for her. This was her child, her baby, that had been killed and missing. And as mothers, sometimes we know what happens to our children, where they are. It's something we carry instinctively. And it was so hard to see her sitting there like that by herself. Because in Manitoba, there were some women too that were demanding that the landfill be searched for the remains of some of our women. And it was stonewalled and denied by the white politicians for so long until Wppd got in as premier and he okayed the search of the landfill. And they discovered the names of a woman that was called Buffalo Woman because nobody knew who she was. And then finally she was identified, but there were, I believe, 2 women that were found in that landfill. And this is the kind of work that these women do to help our people. So I stand in support of them, and I want to sing this song for the women. Dakota wia ki briheri chiapi nita kuye ki ahi hone briheri chiapi dakor wi choch aki o te chike o hei Dakota wia ki prieri chiapi ni takuye ki ahi huni briheri chiapi dakor wi choch aki o te chike ai
Thank you very much. It's really good that I have support standing beside me. It is a heavy topic in the things that we do with Sonner Scouts of North Dakota, and you can find us on Facebook. We have a website. We were able to raise enough funds to get 2 cadaver dogs, and able to build a website to help us move forward. With my first screen, is my PowerPoint up? Now, some of these are just visuals that we're going to be having more for the people who are in the participating in the Zoom. The United States Department of Indian Affairs, basically there's a lot of statistics in there that talk about how many women experience violence in amounts. And sometimes I don't really like talking about statistics because there's a spirit involved. And it's not just about numbers. It's not just 5,721 people are missing in South Dakota in a certain amount of time. It's actually, they have a name, and they have a spirit. And I always take a look at the MMIW as a spirit movement. Before we go out on searches, we offer tobacco, and we offer spiritual food. And if they have an Indian name, we call their Indian name 4 times. We sing songs. We really try to maintain ourselves as humble as possible without, we can't have, people using drugs and alcohol while we're on searches. We also would like to continue on with our searches too, with all your support, even the support and prayers. If you could skip over to the slide, this is our logo, and talking about the victimization rates. It should be that with the White Buffalo Calf teachings is that we have what we call a zero tolerance. So no woman should be cussed at. No woman should be slapped or hit or kicked or dehumanized or left behind. Next slide. Human trafficking, a lot of people don't talk about the human trafficking components because they can't see it. It takes years before they actually can see and get data and collaborate with other organizations to even create some kind of system to intervene. Next slide, please. Just here lately, the representative out of North Dakota was able to get what they call a feather alert. And I think that's something that everyone within the states and in Canada should be practicing their sovereignty. And part of that is coming up with your own alert systems to alert when someone is even a runaway or a silver alert. Next slide. When you're dealing with the MMIW family organized searches, one of the main things is that the families end up doing all the searches from the beginning. There is no such thing as having to wait 24 hours to do your search. Also, there's a lot of planning that's involved in these searches. And it seems like a lot of tribal governments make it harder. Even police departments make it harder. Even investigators, it's such a process that I believe that we've been fighting for 500 years since Columbus have landed. And I always go back 500 years because that's such a genocidal statement to say whatever they do to our land, they do to our women and our children. And it's considered a war tactic when they attack our water resources and our land and our food resources, which I believe is coming, and we're already seeing it with the current tariffs. And our buffalo can't roam the way they used to roam. And as I step outside, I seen a bunch of strawberries growing on the ground in every footstep that I took, and that was very beautiful. So I'd like to say thank you for inviting us here. Thank you for holding this space. And I'm going to end with a song that my son had made for my daughter when she went missing. And he would sing it to me because it took 2 weeks to find her. And I finally kind of built the courage up to sing this song and kind of remember my son in that way, but also remember all the MMIW people of the world like that. Sorry. Ya, hey, ya, 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 hey, ya, 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 hey, ya, away, ya, away, away, yo, hey, yo, hey, ya, hey, ya, yo, ya, hey, yo, hey, yo, away, ya, away, away, yo, hey, yo, hey. That's all I can do right now. I apologize. Thank you.
Once again, that was Melanie Stoneman and Tala Tutsis with the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women movement. Our next presenter comes from a guy Dakota. His name is Josh Denny, and he's here to share of his ride that he founded. It's a prayer ride for protecting the Great Basin of Nevada, and he has a short video to share as well.
Thank you, Hopi. First of all, I want to thank Paul First Nation allowing me to be here and speak on your land. I come from the Agaitakata Paiute tribe. That's one of our bands. We've got 28 reservations in the Great Basin of Nevada. And before I start my talk, I'd like to share a short film.
Prayer for me is connecting with Mother Earth, with our spirits, with our heart, for healing and guidance, and staying connected to our loved ones that we have lost in the past. I don't feel that we could live this life without prayer. Prayer is what gets us through the hard times, when we're lost, when we're angry, confused. Prayer is what is the answer. We did the first prayer horse ride 2022 in March in honor of my brother Myron. When I'm out there, when I'm on the land, I just feel really strong energy of being there because it reminds me of how my ancestors traveled. You know, want to continue prayers for this land, for their water, for their well-being, for their sick, you know, with alcoholism, drug addiction, mental health. I see more and more of the kids, the youth, are stuck in the houses playing video games. And I'm like, what happened to going outside and riding a horse? That really touches my heart. When you hear a young man coming into himself, you know, coming out of his shell and just put his heart into these songs, it's healing because this is what our focus is on, is the kids.
Be thankful for your life. That's what it says. Wichoni, which is life. My uncle, which you've given me. So I'm singing about the life that you have given me, and I'm thankful.
I want to thank Azani for, your songs. Your songs are beautiful and strong. And we want to pray against those industries that are wanting to come in and destroy their sacred lands. 1800s, he said that there was a white horse that would run through the valley, and the people would want to catch it, touch it. You know, it was a prayer horse, a healing horse. I think that, you know, once we start connecting the youth with the horses, you know, that horse medicine will start coming back again.
Thank you. So at the end there was Thacker Pass. That's the colonized name, is better known as Puhima'a for our Paiute people. Puhima'a means rotten moon. There was 2 massacres that happened in this area. The first one was tribe to tribe. They say it was Pit River. And they said that the men were off hunting buffalo. Then when they were coming back, there was a large orange moon. And as they got closer, it started smelling really bad, you know, like death. And so that's how that name of that mountain came to be, is Puhima'a, rotten moon. Second massacre that had happened was the 7th Cavalry. They came in early morning when our people was asleep. That was the time when they were moving our people onto reservations. And I can't remember, I think they said like 500 people were massacred at that time. But anyways, that was September 12, 1865. And we've been going through court to protect our, you know, that land, that area. But the court, they had asked us to show proof that, you know, a cemetery or something like that, that our people was there. But, you know, the only proof that we have is our oral history, our oral stories. You know, they were removed from that area, put into a pit, mass grave. And now, Lithium America, they are wanting to mine lithium for green energy transition for the Tesla battery cars, or Tesla batteries for their cars. It's the largest lithium mine in America, or in the world. It was third in North America, but now it's the largest in the world. GM, they partner with Lithium America. Let me look at my notes. General Motors invested $650 million into this project. DOE, Department of Energy, the largest loan in history, $2.6 billion they invested into this project. Now, this is a place where we go up and pray, where we harvest, where we hunt, and we still do today. But the courts, the companies, nobody's listening to us. Nobody hears our words. They pushed it through during the time of COVID, where we couldn't be there for the meetings or be present to protect that land. There's another mountain just north of there. It's called Disaster Peak. Disaster Peak is where they go up and they do their 4-day ceremony for their vision quest. They call it Disaster Peak because they said it's a real strong mountain where sometimes, you know, from the stories that I've heard was that there was times where people didn't come back down because that mountain's so powerful. I haven't really been too much involved with that, you know, keeping up with what's happening lately. What I know is they want to double the size of Thacker Pass. Also, in the same regional area, about 30 miles Northeast is the McDermott Caldera, and on the Oregon border is Jendalee. And I would say about 50, 60 miles radius this mine would be, open pit mine. And we're still, raising our voices, we're still having our ceremonies and fighting to protect the land. But I think for us, that's most important is to stay in prayer, educate, our allies, educate our own people, and just keep going back to the land and pray. So that's Thacker Pass. My tribe, Walker River, we are 4 hours south. South. We are northern Paiute, closer towards the California border. And we're facing the largest copper mine in North America, which is called Hood Bay. It's the Mesa Valley Project. And we're at the beginnings of this project here, so there's really not too many, too much information, but this is a 20-year life expectancy mine. Right now they have the air quality permit and the water quality permitting. For us, we're the Great Basin, so we have a lot of sink lakes, lakes. That's where they end. That's where we used to go harvest our fish. Well, in our lake, we don't have any more fish because of the contamination from Anaconda, which you guys saw last night or yesterday, the interview. Hood Bay is supposed to be 2 times bigger than Anaconda, just on the other side of the mountain range. What they want to do is they want to divert the water from the Mesa Valley area to the Smith Valley area so that they could process and do what they got to do with that water. They said that they're going to keep the water clean by going 900 feet under the water tables. Well, when they're done using this water, they said they're going to clean the water up, put it back in the ground. And that's going to go back into our rivers, go back into our sinks, into our reservoirs, into, our crops. And, we're still fighting. We started a coalition called Community Right to Know. We have our allies, nonprofits that are standing with us to oppose this project. We have slowed it down. They're supposed to start the project in February, I believe, but they pushed it back to the fall. So hopefully, we can keep finding ways to keep holding them off and pushing them back. And then we have Southern Nevada. We have the Rhyolite mine, which is another lithium mine. And that one's life expectancy is 22 years. 170,000 tons of lithium supposed to be pulled out of there per year for 3 years. After 3 years, it's supposed to double. Right now, we are fighting to protect 80% of our lands from geothermal, from solar, from mining. And what BLM is doing, BLM is Bureau of Land Management, they are wanting to privatize these lands to eliminate some of the permitting to fast track and privatize to these companies. So those are one of the fights that we're into right now, opposing the land sales. I had said the other day, they don't have the right to sell our lands. They are Bureau of Land Management, not landowners. They have the responsibility to protect that land, for us to continue to go onto that land and pray, to harvest, to gather our traditional medicines and food. but they haven't been doing that. They just keep breaking policy, breaking treaties, and we have to just keep reminding them of their responsibilities. We start at the lower level. They act like they don't know what's going on. So, little history on this prayer horse ride is it was started with my brother Myron Dewey and I. We talked about doing something that would reconnect our people. Bringing us back into unity. When he passed away, I wanted to honor that and remember the teachings that he brought to me. So, did the first horse ride back in March 2022, and today this is our 4th year. We still continue to ride in remembrance of Myron, but also the teachings that he brought to us to do our own work, to educate ourselves about the land, the water, the air, protecting our people, teaching the kids, because what we're facing now is going to be 10 times worse for the next generation. Our vision of this ride is a continuance of the vision of our ancestors. Our ancestor is Wovoka, our Paiute prophet who had a second coming of the ghost dance. He talked about the return of the buffalo, peace and harmony, cross-culture teachings. That's what we're doing now. Living righteous, living with love and compassion. That one day, all the non-natives gonna be gone. We're gonna have our land back. But we all have to live good. We all have to remember where we come from and live in a good way. Just be humble. And so, we ride in the vision of our ancestors for prayer, healing, awareness, and unity to revitalize our culture, our language, and our freedom of religion. And we started practicing that. We are bringing a lodge to each of these sacred sites so that we could go back once a month to bring prayer back to these areas. It's been good. Went back to one of the sacred sites. Our lodge has been taken down, the structure, but that's not going to stop us. We'll keep coming back in prayer. I want to thank Arvo and Paula for having me here to speak and bring the issues that we face. And again, I want to thank everybody for your time. Appreciate you.
All right, once again, that was Josh Denny from the Walker River Paiute Tribe of Nevada. Our next presenter is going to join us via video. Her name is Carla Ray Marshall from Minikoju, Oglala, Lakota. She is going to do a presentation on the Black Hills, or Hesapa, the Lakota sacred Black Hills.
Abetu Washte. It's a good day to be Indigenous. My name is Carla Marshall. I'm a Tetawan Lakota grandmother, earth advocate, and water protector. I will be presenting a brief update about protecting our sacred Black Hills from modern day mining. First, I would like to apologize for the way I sound, as I have a cold, and so it sounds like I'm talking through my nose. Anyway, I would like to start my presentation with a short video that we posted on our social media and gives you a idea of what we're up against in a nutshell.
1/5 of the Black Hills, 270,000 acres, is under active mining claims. These claims are located upstream from our rivers, which all feed into the Missouri. If only a fraction of these claims became large-scale mines, the Black Hills would never be the same. 15 years, Black Hills Clean Water Alliance and our allies have successfully blocked new uranium mining in the Black Hills. We continue to be a loud, strong voice of opposition and a powerful advocate for protecting our precious water. But we need your help. We face an unprecedented push for new mining with reduced regulatory oversight. Protecting Black Hills water is crucial, now more than ever.
So why do we work so hard to protect our sacred Hesapa? It's because Hesapa holds our Ocheti Shakoi creation story, our coming into being as human beings. They hold our ancient teachings, our stories, and historical events. They hold eons of memory in our DNA, and water is our main entity. We must protect water at all costs. And since time immemorial, Hesapa has been known to us as Wamake Oganake Ichante, the heart of everything that is. And relatively speaking, the Hesapa is not that big. It is considered an ancient oasis on the prairie that holds our sacred sites, provides us with our natural medicines, food, and healing waters, and homes to thousands of species of wildlife and plant nations. This slide shows a historical map that I used to create a poster of where some of our well-known sacred sites are. So you have Peshla, there's Wind Cave, there's Matotipila, Bear Butte. So those are some of the well-known sites. And some of them, like Bear Butte, is a state park, so that is protected. Peshla was purchased back, I guess we could say that, and that is protected under trust status now. Wind Cave is a national park. But if you look at the map and you see that red ring, that is known as the Sacred Hoop Racetrack. So historically, the Black Hills did not have reservoirs or lakes or dams. Those were done after colonization, where they came in and seen the importance of water, seen the importance of the Black Hills, and so they started creating reservoirs. So this slide shows the Black Hills watersheds, and each one of them has dams or reservoirs on them, or that these creeks flow into them so that they can reserve water for livestock or recreation. South Dakota receives huge revenues off of tourism here in the Black Hills. So this is Pactola Reservoir, and it is fed by the Upper Rapid Creek watershed, and then it flows downstream to the Lower Rapid Creek watershed. This image shows the waterways that flow out of the Black Hills, and it says that amid the splendid scenery of the Black Hills National Forest are 11 reservoirs, 30 campgrounds, picnic areas, 1,300 miles of streams, 13,000 acres of wilderness, and 353 miles of trails. But like I said, the South Dakota receives a lot of revenue off the Black Hills just from tourism. This doesn't include some of the lands that are leased to cattle ranchers. So the Hesapa is unceded treaty territory. The U.S. government signed treaties in 1825, 1851, and 1868. Treaties are the supreme law of the land, but Of course, the United States broke every treaty through genocide, lies, and broken promises. In 1872, the General Mining Act was passed and is still in use today. Gold was discovered in French Creek in 1874. Whites and miners came into the Black Hills illegally. Our ancestors asked for help and they received no help. To date, the Great Sioux Nation has refused to sell the Hesapa. This slide shows some of the scars that have been left behind by mining. So in the top left corner is the historic Homestake gold mine, which was a massive underground mine and also has this open cut in Lead, South Dakota. Gold was mined from 1876 to 2001 when Homestake closed the doors. This open cut is 1,200 feet deep and a half a mile wide. In the bottom right corner is the Gilt Edge, which is an abandoned gold mine turned into a Superfund site in 1999. EPA and South Dakota signed an agreement with Agnica Eagle, but this company ended the agreement in July of 2024. So this next slide is environmental damages downstream, a toxic legacy, and who is responsible for reclamation. So Whitewood Creek is a tributary of the North Branch of the Cheyenne River and provides water to rural and tribal communities in western South Dakota. Homestake used creeks as tailings and municipal water dumps for nearly 100 years. There was heavy metals such as lead, mercury, which traveled 200 miles downstream, reaching the Oahe Reservoir on the Missouri River. In 1981, Whitewood Creek became a Superfund site and was delisted in 1996. Also, Homestake, who had to do reclamation work in 2006, they had a 633,000 gallon cyanide solution spill in the Grizzly Gulch tailings impound. Why wasn't this deemed a Superfund site? Also, there are about 170 abandoned uranium mines and prospects in Custer and Fall River counties in southern Black Hills, another 100 in the northwest corner of South Dakota. Now I'll be giving you a brief on the current active mining claims in the Black Hills. As of February 2025, there are over 270,000 acres of active mining claims in the Black Hills. If you look at this map, you see the blackened areas. Those are active mining claims. This is about a 3.5 growth from our May 2024 map. This new map also shows that some active claims intrude into the boundaries of our sacred site, Peshla. Currently, the Wharf Gold Mine is a 24/7, 365 days operation located in the northern Black Hills and is the only large-scale operating mine in the state of South Dakota. And they are expanding by 40 acres. A few years ago, I did some research on this wharf mine and found that they had reported 189 accidental spills between 1983 and 2003. Now, since Wharf is on private land, it's their land, they've damaged it. They do have to report to the state with any toxic spills. So most of the spills were cyanide solution. Now I'm going to speed it up a bit. So these are some of the current projects that we are monitoring. Over on the Wyoming side, in the Bear Lodge, there's Matotipula, but close to that area, there's rare earths. Then in gold, there's, like I said, mentioned the wharf. There's also Dakota Gold, which has several projects in the Maitland area. There's also Solitario Resources. There's 2 operation on federal land, Golden Rewards and the Ponderosa. And then, like I mentioned, Agnica Eagle. Their lease terminated, so they're out. But F3 Gold, we were able to stop their Jenny Gulch project by getting a 20,000 acre mineral withdrawal around the Pactola area, and that would be protecting that area for a 20-year period. The next slide shows that we are now fighting graphite. We just recently finished up a public comment period for that. There's also lithium. We have all these companies coming in and wanting to mine for lithium. First, they start out as exploration. We're not going to mine, we're just going to explore, but that still could open that door up for large scale mines. And then uranium. We have been fighting uranium for the past 15 years. We have stopped Power Tech, which is now Encore, but they are starting to ramp up, trying to get mining done in the Dewey Burdock area, which is in the southern part of the Black Hills. On the graphite, that area is close to Peshla. And then there's a uranium mining company called Clean Nuclear Energy, which is an oxymoron because nuclear energy is not clean, but they want to do some exploration drilling in a place known as Craven Canyon. So in May, I guess last month, we wrapped up 2 important comment periods. For the graphite, that was done through the Forest Service, and we had 2,146 comments that were submitted to the Forest Service, and the majority of them said no. No to this graphite mining close to our sacred site. Like I said, they're adjacent to Peshla, which is a vital sacred site to Lakota and allies. Through our research, we found that 16 of the 18 drill pads are within 2 miles of the Peshla, which would cause noise, traffic, lights from drilling, and would disturb spiritual ceremonies, wildlife, and area residents. And just a quick background that 2,022 acres in the Peshla area were purchased by tribes, and that was put in trust land in 2016. So for this new uranium exploration project, we found that Craven Canyon is actually Ihunkia Opaha, or the ancient valley. Ihunkia Opaha. And we found there was a couple other names, but this one looks to be the most accurate. Now, Craven Canyon is a 7,000-year-old site that has rock art and other artifacts. It holds cultural and archaeological and scientific value. So we are very much committed to stopping this project in this sacred site. the comments were due by May 14th, and that was through the state. The state received 320 comments, and 33 people submitted intervention petitions. So they are interveners, and this is now deemed a project that is contested. So this will go to hearings through the state, and so we are planning to be prepared to travel to Pierre, or hopefully they'll have it here in Rapid City. Either way, it's going to be a long fight. This next slide shows that under the NEPA regulations, there is a process that many of these projects must take and be in compliance with rules and regulations. However, the Trump administration is trying to fast track energy projects by bypassing NEPA regulations. And with that, I will say, Lila Wopila, thank you for listening to our plight here in the Chesapa. We have a long struggle ahead of us in order to protect our water and our sacred way of life. For more information, visit us at bhcleanwateralliance.org or find us on social media. Thank you.
All right, once again, that was Carla Ray Marshall with the protection of Hesapo, or the Lakota Black Hills. Our next presenter is author of the book, The Sacred Bundle Unborn. Her name is Morningstar McCready. She is here to do a presentation on the sterilization of indigenous Métis and Inuit women. So I'd like to present author Morningstar McCready.
Sneesh. Wawa. I want to acknowledge and thank Paula and Orville. Many, many years ago, when I was working in Cold Lake, well, actually it was Grand Center, I was working at the Friendship Center. My then boss was Linda Manus Dene from Cold Lake First Nation. And I was there as a summer student. At that time, I had a waking vision in my office, which I immediately went to go and speak with Linda about. I said, Linda, I saw the most beautiful gathering. It was a gathering of hundreds of our elders. They came to one place and they were praying. They were praying for the earth. They were praying for humanity. They were praying for creation. All our relations, the four-legged, the winged, the sacred beings in the oceans and waters, all creation. It was so profound and impactful. Within that year, I found myself on the blood reserve. And that was the first time I met Arvo. That gathering, there were over 100, if I remember correctly, elders from throughout Turtle Island that had gathered, just as was shown to me in this waking vision. And the gathering was for exactly the fulfillment of those prayers. And there was a prophecy that had been fulfilled, and that prophecy was the gathering itself, and that there was an elder, Mohawk, who read the wampum belt for the first time in over 400 years. To say that I actually was able to live and experience the vision that was shown to me was in itself very impactful. And that was the first time that I had the honor to be amongst the elders and to pray with White Calf Buffalo Woman's Pipe. My life hasn't been the same since. So what I'm here today to talk about is, and thank you, Paula, because it wasn't a part of the schedule. I just got off a webinar this morning, which the Survivors Circle for Reproductive Justice hosted. And the webinar that they hosted had to do with the book, the second edition of Sacred Bundles Unborn. To keep it as simple as possible, historically, we may or may not be aware that sterilizations of Indigenous, Métis, Inuit women and men occurred in the sanatories, in the residential schools and Indian hospitals. When put in that perspective, it's all as though it were past tense and no longer occurring, which couldn't be further from the truth. I am a survivor, and the most recent reported sterilization that was brought to the attention of Senator Yvonne Boyer was in 2024. So as I stand here and share with you today in a good way, I can assure you that somewhere on Turtle Island, women, girls, men, specifically women and girls, though, in their most vulnerable state of pregnancy, that are going to a hospital to deliver their baby, their sacred bundle, which is why I call it Sacred Bundle Unborn. This is when they are either forced or coerced into sterilization. In the book, there are 20 contributors. I call them the fire keepers. I think that fire keepers is self-explanatory. Since 2017, when I came forward and approached my attorney, Alyssa Lombard, because I am a part of litigation here in Canada, we have collectively, Indigenous, Métis, and Inuit women, as well as allies, are moving forward progressively and taking action to stand up and have forced coerced sterilizations criminalized in Canada. In the book, I also acknowledge the Peruvian women, whereupon there were, at least to my knowledge, over 200,000 women that were sterilized. I also have a Greenlandic journalist who's Indigenous from Greenland, contributed to the book as well. They had in Greenland what was called the IUD campaign in the 60s and the 70s. Many of the survivors, whether they were girls or women, were unaware that they were sterilized by virtue of an IUD. The various forms of sterilization are in the form of IUDs, hysterectomies, tubal ligations. In Canada, in recent history, about 4 years ago, there was a doctor that was, there were girls that were in the child welfare system, ages 10 to 12, that were forced to have IUDs placed in them. Some of the other work that has been ongoing or occurred here by allies, Dr. Ewan Affleck, who worked amongst the Inuit and in the Northwest Territories as well as a doctor, as a physician. He produced a film titled The Unforgotten. It's a beautiful film. It can be found online, The Unforgotten. In that film, I do the voiceover for the introduction of this film, which is called Birth. In that segment of the documentary, I talk a lot about the prevailing attitudes, the historical prevailing attitudes of politicians in Canada that justify sterilizations. So I want to end my presentation on the note that though this is ongoing, though as I share today in this moment with you, the knowledge that somewhere on Turtle Island, women and girls are being sterilized, it is not a historical past tense event, it's ongoing. At the same time, there are very focused groups of allies, Indigenous, Métis, and Inuit women, coordinated efforts to have it criminalized. Recently, Senator Yvonne Boyer introduced Bill S-228. When, and I'm knocking on wood here, this bill gets passed, sterilizations will be criminalized in Canada. So I just want to acknowledge, again, all of the women, the grandmothers, the aunties, and the men who had been subjected to sterilizations, and for us to just be conscious and aware that this is ongoing. And I think the repercussions of what happens to us by being sterilized are obvious and evident when we think in terms of the upcoming 7 generations that will not be born because of sterilizations. Hi, hi.
Thank you. Once again, that was author Morningstar McCready. We have a video that we are going to play from Burrito Cordoba. He's 96 years old, and he is going to share a prayer that is meant for fighting to protect the Amazon. And we also have Hector Perez Pacheco here to translate after we play the video.
Fegen radeno. Orar dhoni wote kar beni wote kar agan kam te bag. Biti aku radhi aku warai aku pahana zaran kam te kanar kam te bag. Kuran kam te boman kam te bag. Akan teki kamru teki zirin teki karin teki bag. Yenu teki wal teki wahan teki zian teki ugal teki kagil teki bag. Kari kure nai kuara ye tavara ye puru maya jian kam te gavat kam te koru kam te zeran kam te kanal kam te bay. Ariel siri nemar tete nemar yagi wete rogoi wete rera. Akan over kiwan over yagi over tiri over bay. Akan ay kamure pan seran kam te kanal kam te kuran kam te boman kam te kuga kam te tawa kam te sera kam te boman kam te ita teki kari ta teki be. Era rita navi kari tavi diha navi korwa navi gabo tavi kari tavi be. Eriori ma yeni wetri wai weterera. Erar suni di, beni di, sona di, bena di anabi, korwa nabi bag. Ema itu rabi, kemu rabi bag. Ema jita nabi, komo tabi bag. Gari rabi, kuri rabi bag. Eta nabi, weta nabi bag. Erar kwano di, tege di, kago di, samu di anbeke, orwan beke tabe. Bueno. Pahana, felicito. Un cordial saludo la ruta lineamientos en Sunia y Beniosan, Diribsan, Akisan, Dibusan, Kakisa. Los comunicadores, todas las energías, a Pajana y a sus gentes, a sus familias, a sus pueblos, llevarán la ruta lineamientos con todos los calendarios de su unidad, llamamos nosotros de los Estados Unidos. Los calendadores, los lineadores, los marcadores, los probadores. La tecnologista energías, todos los calendarios del SUNIA, todos los territorios de Estados Unidos, llevará todos los lineamientos del cielo. Llamamos Sirina Karina. Pajana, usted ya sabe conmigo. Mi movimiento Ruta Línea mío, integración cultural y espiritual, oralidad, es llamando Taita Mayores Sirina Karina del cielo. Que llama un llamados ponentes, lineamientos, una oralidad fuerte, derechos, pastón, origen. Pastón origen se llama quiera chicarar los mojonamientos. Hoy estoy trabajando o estamos trabajando aquí todos los territorios originarios ancestral Colombia. Estamos lineando toda la constitución planeta origen ancestral con el corte constitucional nacional, internacional y mundial. Estamos removiendo todas las tecnologías y filosófico, argumentándole todos los pacíficos dignos oralidades para todos los tratamientos territorial y cultural. Estamos una oralidad vidas por territorial y cultural, multiétnico y pluricultural, origen ancestral. Estamos con la Constitución Planeta a origen ancestral de todos los términos de planetas del mundo. Así estamos removiendo acá todos los México, Suiza, Alemania, Finlandia, Noruegas, en todos los territorios planificados, justificados, relacionados, republicados, hasta todos los territorios de Inglaterra también, y México y Canadá, Suiza y Alemania. Estamos remarcando porque como está trabajando la Sol, la Luna y estrellas, Sol está marcando en todos los territorios del planeta. Así tener bien unificado, bien energiado, energía ética alto y abajo. Y quiere decir que es la tierra, primero, en la constitución que constituyó los planetas del mundo, Sirina Karna del cielo, que llamamos Madre Planeta Tierra. Llevaremos todos los márgenes que han entregado el Taita Mayor Sira, cómo teníamos que trabajarnos, cómo teníamos que coordinarnos. Así estamos llevando hoy día hacia adelante. Nunca queremos salir caídos ni un paso para atrás, sino hacia adelante. Suniua. Muchas felicidades, muchas alegrías.
Again, my name is Hector Perez Pacheco. I am a Quechua from the Confederation Tahuantinsuyo. Our relative who just spoke, Mr. Benito Cordada, he is from the jungles of Colombia. His message is in the form of a prayer, but it's also in form of a declaration. And as he gives his declaration, he speaks about the knowledge of the land. He also speaks to all the native people around the world, up and down the hemisphere. It is a call to organize us in the rights of our people and of the land, working in conjunction with our ancestral knowledge and connection to the plight that we are all experiencing. He's asked us to understand our cultural and ancestral understanding and commitment to Mother Earth. He also has asked us to bring our territories in alignment, working towards a world that is in harmony and balance from Canada to South America. He also stressed the unification with a similar message that Mother Earth needs all of us to be involved in protecting her. He shares this message from the Amazon jungles of Colombia. Thank you.
Thank you, Hector, for translating for us. We have a few videos of some presenters that were unable to make it. One of the presenters is Al Gore's daughter, Karina Gore. She is a founder and executive director for the Center of Earth Ethics at the Union Theological Seminary in New York, New York. So we are going to play her video and hope you enjoy it.
Hello, my name is Karina Gore, and I am here at the Center for Earth Ethics at Union Theological Seminary in New York City, where I work. I want to give you my warm greetings and my heartfelt thanks for inviting me to give a message today. I want to ask permission with gratitude from elders there to speak about World Peace and Prayer Day and the importance of this call from my perspective. And you will maybe notice that I have right behind me a picture of Arvel Looking Horse, who was here actually 10 years ago, a little over 10 years ago, at a gathering. It was a ceremonial gathering as well as a conference that was really the force behind us starting this Center for Earth Ethics. And so we actually have that picture of him on our wall all the time. And I thought that it was nice to be able to give you this message from this place and to give at the same time honor and thanks to Orville and to the whole community and lineage and people that he represents, and all of those beings that they have been in relationship with, that prophecy is in relationship with. We have really a lot of respect for that. And what we do at the Center for Earth Ethics is we do work in the intersection between the environment and spirituality. So you might also say ecology or nature or climate. There are lots of different words on the one hand, and spirituality or faith or religion, also morals, ethics. So this is the intersection that we do work in. And we do it in three main ways. We do some education, so we do some classes and workshops. And we also do convenings. We do gatherings and conferences and panel discussions and that kind of thing. And then the third way that we work is we call it movement building. So that's some advocacy work and some organizing work. And so we try to do those things all together. And we've been doing it for 10 years. And so I want to say that I'm really very moved by the message that Orville wrote, and I want to thank Paula as well, of course, who I know and I feel is a very important messenger, and the understanding that I get is in many ways not through one individual or two individuals, but really through something far greater. And so to acknowledge Orville, to acknowledge Paula, and also to say that I do understand that this is coming from a place and a community and a lineage as well. And I am moved by the message of World Peace and Prayer Day. I understand when Orville writes, as the keeper of the sacred pipe, as somebody who's worked alongside Indigenous spiritual leaders from all over the world, that when he talks about the seriousness of the condition of Grandmother Earth, that is a very important thing to talk about. In many ways, when somebody says the climate crisis or the planetary emergency or those things, it's their way of saying the seriousness of the condition of Mother Earth. But the way that I understand it from Orville's message is that one thing we can do, and the prophecies say this, is we can go to our sacred sites of prayer. And we can be there in our own ways and have an energy shift towards healing. It makes a lot of sense to me because it seems to me as if this climate crisis is, and let me say also in acknowledging the elders that are there in the gathering with you all at World Peace and Prayer Day, respectfully, I also want to honor my own elders and say that I come from people that I respect, and that includes my grandparents. It includes both of my parents, and to say that my father is somebody whose life's work has really been in this calling to really warn people about a danger that's coming that will cause a lot of suffering and death, and he has been also trying to work for ways to have a positive vision that we work towards, to be that incentive to change our ways. But I want to acknowledge him and say that I've learned a lot in that way, and I'm grateful. I also want to say that this what they call climate crisis is about more than data and science and technology, as important as those things may be. It is really about relationship and about who we are as human beings. And so when I hear that call to our sacred sites, I hear that actually what needs to be healed is the relationship. The earth does not need fixing, but it is our human beings and our relationship to the earth that needs that healing and work. And so that's what can happen on this day in this way. And I am really grateful that we just had this gathering called Spirit of Place. That was the latest thing that we did as Center for Earth Ethics. And we did that actually in what you call the Hudson Valley, what many people call the Hudson Valley. And so you see, right, the other thing behind me is this map. And our friend Doug Tolchin made this map that is, I have one here, actually reflects that name from Mohican people, from Lenape people, Mohican Tuck, which is the river that flows both ways, or the waters that are in constant motion for the Hudson River. And And so one of the things that's interesting is if you think about bioregions, then you start to think about, instead of state lines, and political lines like that, you think of bioregions, you think of where is our water from? What's our water? What's our soil? What other species do we share this planet with? Or this place, this bioregion with? Where's the mountain range? Where does the wind come from? And all of those kinds of things, what things grow really well. And so that's been a really beautiful thing to start to become aware of waterways. Like, for example, the Mohawk River is the main tributary to the Hudson River. So it's all part of the same thing. If something happens in the Mohawk, it's going to start to affect the Mahicantuck, what we call the Hudson. Mohawk is called Mohawk by everybody. And so learning these waterways is really beautiful. And you look at it, of course, you see it looks kind of like a lung, and of course it is a living body of water, and it comes all the way down to New York City, where we are here. Actually, where I work at the Center for Earth Ethics, and we do go down to the river sometimes. We go down there and we do a little ceremony there and look at the water. And it's like a sacred place for us. So I'm speaking to you here from that consciousness of our sacred site there, and that I have been there, and am thinking about that on World Peace and Prayer Day. And I'm really also understanding the way that knowing one place and really communing with one place can be like a portal to know the whole planet, because we can be in our senses, in our sentience. We can see the way that that things, we can see things like the water moving. We can hear things like the birds, or maybe sometimes the cars in the distance too. We hear that. We hear also sometimes we hear things in the distance. Sometimes we hear things close. That's a kind of a sentience that we have. We learn something from that. And we smell things, we touch things. We can feel the wind on our face. It's like a touch from the wind. And so that sentience that we can have in these places is a form of intelligence that is very, very important, And I think it can lead us to conscience. That sentience can lead us to conscience. I think that in this time when there's a lot of faith in technology and they talk about artificial intelligence, I think it's really important for us to understand that these beings in the natural world are relatives, as I have been taught, and so grateful to the teaching of Matakia Oyasin, all my relations. It's so deep and important for people to understand. Thank you for that, sharing that. But these other living beings, the fish, the birds, all of them are much more our relatives than robots or than artificial intelligence algorithms. And I think that our sentience can help us realize that, our sentience in these places. And then we can have more conscience because we can understand we're all belonging in the same home together, and start to realize that relationship can heal, and that there's sometimes unseen factors as well that we can be aware of. And the word spirit sometimes I know can be used to refer to energy, a kind of energy. And I think that is that's something that we can be aware of in our sacred sites, in our places where we hear that spirit of place. And so I'm very grateful for the call, for the invitation. I do believe that we can, with this level of intelligence, and with this kind of open heart and mind, we can come to a place of living in balance with nature. We can come to a place where the message will be about not just the seriousness of Grandmother Earth's condition, but my prayer is that it will also be about the healing and the betterness of this condition, because of the relationship, because of the care, because of the reciprocity, and us realizing that we can't only take, that we must also give. And so for all of this, I want to again say thank you. I feel very humble in giving this message about Spirit of Place. I send you again my respectful greetings for World Peace and Prayer Day, And I hope you have a really wonderful one. Many thanks.
Once again, that was Karina Gore. Our next presenter is coming in from Hawaii. Their names are Pua Case and Kalani Flores. Pua Case is the lead coordinator and project director of Mauna Kea in education and awareness. They are here to present the Mauna Kea as a beacon and unifier, mountain to ocean connection, relationships, and alliances. Here's Pua Case and Kalani Flores.
Arano tātua paurua, maharo nui na tui ana, mai kia moku o ki ave, mai ka piko ka mauna o ake, inei, ai ki awa paurua. Huipuia me ka nui, me ka ramana, o te atua, huipuia me ka lokahi, arano tātou, mai te rāhiti, te rātau, a tau i te hemana kukuluma vai no pū, mai te hookui, te halawai, te poino te hookui, mai na piko o luna, piri a wā kea, mai te piko o laro ki a papana moku, na piko o vaina. Me no tātua pauroa, arano tātou, mahara nui na tui ana, arano tātua pau.
Malana mai ka ume puna me hilo, hele mai kona me ko hala me, hamaku a he ka ele o waipi o e pola o mahiki, he uka o wai mea he awa ka wai hai, he kupe no ka waa o poli ahu, he pala mauna a wakea I luna, paakua hivi I ke ali I ka waa, oho hia I ka hana ana tue hie. Aloha mai kako mai moku o ke ave from Hawaii Island. I'm Auntie Pua Case, and this is Kalani Flores. And we're here today to share with all of you. We wish we could be there. But from here, from Mauna Awakea, we begin with a prayer and we begin with our oli, our chant that reminds us each time that we chant or we hear this chant that Mauna Kea is the sealant. It is the pillar, the center. It is the unifier that has brought so many of us together. It reminds us that when we anchor to a sacred place to protect it, that we are always attached to that place and we stand as strong as a mountain always. And of course, the last line of the chant is about joy. When we stand for something, the way we walk in the world, the things that we say and the actions that we do, let us have joy in our hearts so we're able to spread that vibration, and that vibration will connect to healing and to aloha, the true aloha that comes from here, from the mauna, from this moku, indeed from this entire pai'aina, from island to island of Hawaii.
And so we send our greetings of aloha from all four directions, from the rising of the sun to the setting of the sun, from the north to the south, and to the realms above, to the realm of Wakea, what we refer to as Wakea, also known as Sky Father, and to all those above us in the sun, the moon, the star nations, the Pleiades, the Makali'i, which we call all those above us, the A'a, Hokorea, Hikianalia, those star nations above us. We send our greetings and aloha to all those above and to all those below, to Papahanamoku, also known as Earth Mother, and to the realm between that connects all of us together. We send our greetings of aloha, of harmony and unity, and what we refer to in Hawaiian as lokahi. And so in Lokahi, we send our aloha to all of you with the prayers and ceremonies, and we'll be connecting with you on this particular day as we all gather together ask for prayers of harmony and unity, and of course, prayers of aloha.
And we'll be standing with you on June 21st in our own ceremonies, and also on June 24th. We'll be up on Mauna Kea. We'll be adorning the Mauna in gratitude. This is the day that we let the mountain know that we are grateful for all of the unification that has occurred, our alliances that we have with you, our dear friends and relatives, and all of the connections that we have made throughout the world, from here in Hawaii to every corner. So we'd like to share with you as just a celebration, because there aren't enough celebrations going on right now. So we're going to be celebrating through sharing this little piece of our lives, and this through this film, Standing Above the Clouds. I want to share with you a message from this film that is going around the world, a message from a film that features three mothers and our daughters, and what it takes to stand for something, as I know you all know that we've all been standing for so long, for our places, for our waters, from the heavens to the deep ocean. And we know that we are connected together and we're working really hard. So in the joy of knowing all of that, we'd like to share this piece of Standing Above the Clouds with you. And it features us on the ala. If you've been to Mauna Kea during our stance, you'll remember the ala hulukupuna, the roadway where the elders sat, where people gathered, where we danced and chanted and prayed together in one single commitment for Mauna Kea. And you'll hear the voice of a very special sister of mine, an angel now, as she speaks about healing and what's important when we all stand together. And you'll see a little clip of a ceremony that grounds us back, because we wish that we could be in ceremony with you. As you're watching this, we wish that we could be there, and maybe next time we will. But from us here in Hawaii on this beautiful, misty, rainy day, as we share our aloha with you, and just really thank you for including us, and know that we are part of this huge movement, this bigger movement, this collective movement to send the vibration of healing and justice around the world. So mahalo to all of you, our dear friends. Thank you so much for the invitation, and know that we love you all dearly. From Mauna a Wakea to Moana Nui Akea, from the mountain to the deep sea, we are with you in every way that we can be.
Dalaila mahalo nui na tuiana, arano tato, arano tato, arano tato a pauro a mama uanoa.
Kukia i Mauna, eo, paikalima, paikalima, paikalima.
Polina kahito. Amamukia ulu moku kuo pia. Polina kaluka lureala e
Even more demonstrators gathered at the access road to thwart construction. Can you talk about the other solidarity actions that are taking place?
People in the Pacific, our Polynesian relatives, and people around the world are standing for us everywhere.
The mana can heal the people. You can feel the healing that comes right out of the ground here. And how did that happen? It's all the people's prayers. Centuries and centuries of prayers have been put in this ground. It is not about fighting something. It is about loving something so passionate, so much connection. Why are you standing here? Because we must heal as a people. We must heal. And we know that way deep down inside of us, we must protect the healing.
Mukalani mukahonua nawane nawane.
Nawe kala kala kuba.
Nawane nawane.
Kubale bale hana.
Nawane nawane.
Ku bulu bulu kupa aike kupa lalake ku mokuali ko ele.
Without placing an unwanted burden, we would like to offer these ki'i as gifts to kahu, who, if they want to care for them, then it is theirs to care for. And someday we may all come back to Pu'uhuluhulu to remember this time. And so we would like to offer this ki'i of huluhulu to Kaho'okahi Kanua, this image of Kane, to Lanakila, this image of Kumoku Hali'i, to Kuali'i Kamara, who is the land manager for this area. And we would like to offer this Wahine Noho Kapu, Wahine Noho Mauna, this representation of all the feminine elemental energies upon the Mauna, to Auntie Puakis and her daughters, with an emphasis that Kapolei will be the long-term steward of this ki'i.
Pai kalima! Pai kalima! Pai kalima! Eo! Eo! Yeah! Eo! Eo!
Abu illegal nuni alageu Hiva bogo ga opua he au la hiva he au pano he au lo ma ke hai lo papalanina kulo halu o papa moi nu hele kamagani ala mau aduai amu anoa no
Mitakepi apetukele eche makakandeche una ioti yunkapi no techike neche chante mashiche takukash makakneche ina wakha yukha hecha apetukele ake leche no jipinha makasi tomnia ina hoyampi yukha na wana gupte. My friends, my relatives, today my heart is heavy because we follow the animal nation. We look to the stars and the sun. We have the star knowledge. And we have our sacred sites as a vortex to the Great Spirit, Wakantranka. And we follow and we pray for everything that is. Everything has an ahi, a spirit. Well, Kantaka gave us a mind, a body, and spirit to stand upon the earth. The white buffalo calf woman said, you stand up and pray. Pray for everything that has a here on earth. Uchimaka. And we have a message to the world because our ceremonies are being affected. As we stand in our ceremonies as sacred places, everything that we pray to, pray with, for they cannot speak. So we pray to the four-legged, the two-legged, the winged ones, the ones that swim and crawl. We know that they are being affected. And as we come here, our journey upon Mother Earth, the Spirit has called upon you. The Spirit is calling. And we have a voice. Wakantaka made everything upon Mother Earth to live in a beautiful way of life. The white buffalo calf woman said, only the good shall see the pipe. The bad should not even see or touch it. The elders told us that our ceremonies are not to be playing with. Our ceremonies are very strict. But our prayers goes out to the loved ones. Apetukele eche kenoj pina. Eche makak nechi yot yunka pinka eche otake inje wochante shicha ihapi. Na eche wana leche wochikukaga pinka tiate eche wotakukit hapi kina eche na wochikikaga pichake eche apetukele eche chate ut iza pinka eche tukata ke chate inse kimoni pikti. As we stand in prayer, we have many relatives, especially the elders. They're praying with us right now. As we lit our sacred fire tomorrow on June 21st, many people will pray with us because the sacred fire must start. For that, it's going to be in our hearts and our minds, that prayer with that sacred fire. And the years to come, we want our little children to have a future like us. In our teepee, there's a vortex to the Great Spirit. That teepee is circled like this. When we do our prayers, we bring balance back to Uchimaka. We must keep that prayer going. This way of life is beautiful. It's so beautiful because we know that we can make that change, create an energy shift upon Mother Earth. Thank you very much. Well,